done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming.
It appears Mangioni's fighting extradition to New York. He met with a defense attorney in court Tuesday who told him not to say a word. This attorney argued he should be able to qualify for bail. He is still being held, though, for now, and notably did not waive extradition, which means this process could take at least a month.
He clearly knows that the gig is up.
Nicole Parker's a former FBI agent out of Florida and a Fox News contributor.
I think he was probably just completely shocked when he was initially taken into custody. When law enforcement approached him at the McDonald's, they asked him to lower the mask. They asked him if he'd been in New York, and he apparently had a visual response, started shaking, got quiet, was very nervous. And that's normal, because you think, oh, I'm going to be on the run for a while. I mean, he obviously is very bright intellectually. I don't think he's a bright human being to kill somebody that is not bright or smart at all. But he obviously was pretty, confident in his intellectual abilities that he might be able to beat the system. But I think what happened was he had a minute to think about it overnight. He had his first night in jail, and he's probably thinking, I don't really love this so much, and the evidence is damning, and I'm probably going to be in jail for the rest of my life. So you know what? I might as well just fight it every step of the way. That is an expression of the grievance that probably led to this murder in the first place. And he is still very, very angry. He feels like he was justified in doing what he did. He has no remorse, clearly. And I think it's going to be very interesting to watch as he proceeds through the legal process, because he will need to tone it down. Those outbursts are not going to be acceptable in the court of law.
Yeah. Speaking of what you just said, the grievance, he told investigators, or he either told investigators, or this was written in the letter, that he didn't mean to cause trauma, but it had to be done. These parasites had it coming. Is that, I mean, you're an FBI agent reading that. I mean, that's just very cutting.
That's very chilling, but it's also very, very solid evidence. It's almost like a confession that he made in this manifesto. This 3-page written manifesto is a treasure trove of information and evidence for law enforcement. And I know exactly what part you're saying. It says, quote, "I do apologize for any strife and trauma, but it had to be done." And then he says, "These parasites had it coming." Almost as if, you know what? It's his fault. It's Brian Thompson's fault. It's his actions in leading this healthcare insurance company. You know what? He had it coming. He's ripped Americans off. He also talked about in the manifesto the inverse correlation between the market capitalization and market share of United Healthcare and the life expectancy of Americans, saying as their, market capitalization is going up, the life expectancy of Americans is not going up. And so it's almost like he's blaming Brian Thompson for that. And he's almost saying, you know what, you're going to pay because of this, and you lead this company, and you're the cause of this, and therefore you are going to have justice served on you. He's obviously very anti-capitalist. He doesn't believe in what's going on here, and he thinks that he is almost like the savior, stopping others from being hurt, when in reality he is an evil coward who used violence to take care of his own grievance. And justice will be served on this individual.
When you see the praise for the actions online in these discussions, supporting the actions of, and I guess the belief system behind the actions of killing the United Healthcare CEO, what are your spidey senses do there? How do people in federal law enforcement feel about broader discussions of support for a killing?
When you sympathize with a murderer, you have a problem. That's a problem. That is not okay. And to sympathize and celebrate someone who just killed a husband and a father, that is sick. That is evil, and that is sick. And that is a very scary thing that our society, we have members of our society who believe that he is a hero. That is absolutely reprehensible. I myself had posted something online about this incident, and I even had people replying to my post on X saying that he was a hero and things of that sort. And I thought, am I reading this right? Are they talking about Brian Thompson being the hero? No, they were talking about the shooter being the hero. That's disgusting. It is evil. It is wrong. What I look at as a law enforcement officer when I was with the FBI is you're always looking at the law. What law did they break? what did they do and how can they potentially be charged? Look at the statutes of these different threat statutes, things of that sort. And, you know, an opinion is opinion. The law is the law. If you've crossed the line and you've broken the law and you're now threatening others, that is where we cross the line. I would hope that the number of people speaking out in support, it's very loud. It comes across very loud because it's so disturbing. But I'm hoping that the numbers are few and that there aren't as many people involved in this support as, I mean, just any support at all to me is just absolutely reprehensible and disgusting. But where I look at it as a law enforcement officer, did they break a law? And, you know, if it's a federal law, did they cross state lines? Was there interstate commerce, interstate communications of threats? Those things are definitely looked at by the FBI, but they will also be looked at by local, state, and federal law enforcement. And I know that they're looking into certain threats right now.
How significant is the aspect of this that he had a ghost gun? I mean, we know that there are a lot of concerns among those in law enforcement about ghost guns, how they're made, the lack of ability to trace them.
That's right.
I imagine this is a significant aspect of this case.
I mean, this guy, again, very bright and intellectual in certain ways. He thought he was just so brilliant and was going to beat the system. But yeah, ghost guns are not law enforcement's friend at all. And, you know, they make them, they're homemade, these 3D printers. The ATF will heavily be involved in this. In addition to not just the gun, one thing that I found very interesting, again, were the shell casings and how we'd written on the rounds those 3 words that were from that book. You know, the insurance company or insurance industry and how much hate he had for the industry. Again, that is a very clear statement that he was trying to make. But how did he go from being this kid who was raised in what appears to be a very prominent and wealthy family, went to a great private school in Maryland, apparently, and went on to University of Pennsylvania, an Ivy League school that, you know, a lot of people think is very prestigious, and multiple degrees in, you know, information systems and technology. He was a very big believer in technology. And the fact that the friends were shocked. They're like, hey, we know this kid. Like, he was in our yearbook. He was the one known for the best pickup lines. But somehow in the last 6 months, he went off the grid. That is when I believe he started planning this. There was a precipitating stressor that caused him to literally snap. Whether it was the surgeries, whether it was the back pain. I've read reports that he was worried about his dating life. Because of the back injuries, he wasn't going to be able to have a good dating life. And he was upset and angry about that. So again, law enforcement is going to look through every single piece of evidence, and more is going to come out as they do interviews of family members, friends, loved ones, colleagues, classmates, and scouring his social media accounts, and also hopefully getting into these devices and dissecting his recent communications. Who was he talking to? What were they talking about? And what were his concerns?
In your reference to the bullet, he is accused of writing the words deny, defend, depose on 3 different gel casings. When you look at the past, at his past, and the brilliance, I guess, the academic brilliance, in combination with, I guess, some praise for Kaczynski, do you see somebody who's all over the place? Do you see somebody who's falling into going down the rabbit hole of the internet or spending time on, like, what do you sort of glean when you look at the record we have, the evidence we have before us so far?
Right. And so I think one thing that you referenced was a posting that he made, a review on Goodreads in relation to the Unabomber, almost praising him, sympathizing with him. Again, those individuals who sympathize with, you know, people who cause destruction and are evil, you're going to be looking into that. But again, the transformation of going from a child into a youth, into a young adult who, again, had a privileged upbringing, they're going to go back so far. They're going to go back all the way to when he was just a little child. And the fact that his family, they are so successful and they seem like they are capitalists, that they believe in free markets, that they believe in business and but yet he is so anti-capitalist. Was it something against his own family? I mean, again, I don't like to speculate ever, but the behavioral analysis unit that I worked with at the FBI, these are the types of things that we do and we work together. And I've worked, you know, homicide cases where you're working with them, sometimes it goes back to something that occurred even way back then, but didn't manifest itself until they were an adult. Did he feel that his family gave him the love and attention that he wanted? I know originally there was a post that he had made, or a statement that he had made about going to the private school in Maryland. And originally he didn't want to do it. But then he told his parents, you know what, this ended up being the best thing possible for me to do. And again, did his parents force him into a lifestyle that he didn't necessarily want? And so maybe he's taking out on them as well. I think it's probably multiple prongs here. But the pain that he allegedly had when he went through the back surgery, the resentment that he probably has towards the healthcare system, it doesn't seem like they were able to solve his problem. And thinking that corporate America is ripping off Americans, he is just sick and tired of it, and he felt like it was almost his calling to set it straight. Well, I have one thing to tell you, there is never any room to act out in violence. That will never solve anything, and he will likely be spending the rest of his life in jail.
Former FBI agent Nicole Parker, thank you so much for your insight.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
My fellow Americans, Donald Trump's conviction on 34 charges shows our country is in distress and our rule of law is under attack. Things might get worse before they get better. In these times of political chaos and uncertainty, it's crucial to protect your wealth and secure your financial future. That's where Advantage Gold comes in. They understand the power of gold as a safe haven during turmoil. Call them today at 800-900-8000 to get their free 2024 gold and silver kit and to protect your money with physical precious metals. Mention Jason Hansen sent you, and you could qualify for a special Jason Hansen discount up to $1,300. While nobody can predict the future, you can certainly prepare for it. Don't wait. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 for your free gold and silver kit and to claim your discount. Again, call 800-900-8000 today. Performance may vary. Consult your financial and tax professional and call 800-900-8000 today. Performance may vary. Consult your financial and tax professional.
Hey guys, so you've heard me talking a lot about the KardioMobile EKG devices. So you know already they're the most advanced personal EKGs on the market. And now these amazing devices are at their lowest prices of the year, but only for a couple more weeks. I can't think of a better gift to give to a loved one. I mentioned that my dad has one. He loves it. Than the gift of managing their heart health. On the go, between doctor's visits, even while traveling. These things let you take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds, right on your phone, and now you can get one, listen to this, for just $69. They can even detect AFib, which is a leading cause of stroke. I'm telling you, these prices are not going to last. $69 for the best-selling KardioMobile device. There's no better gift for yourself or a loved one, and at this price, there's no better time than right now. Go to Kardia.com, Kardia.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile today. Sponsored by AliveCor.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Whatever the adventure, there's a BMW engineered to take it on. The X3 delivers a striking design with agile performance. The 100% electric i4 packed with pure electric energy. Or the plug-in hybrid X5, an impressive versatile SUV granting full control on every journey. Choose what powers your next adventure during the BMW Road Home Sales Event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Visit BMW of Westchester on Route 202 for a personalized test drive today.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home that you think was full of you-know-what, trying to sell you a bunch of stuff that you don't need? Look, if your furnace or heat pump need to be fixed, we'll send one of our technicians out to do one thing: fix it. And if we do think you need a new furnace or heat pump, we'll send out one of our factory-trained teams to install state-of-the-art Trane heating system to keep you warm. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Steel holiday savings are here. Find the perfect gift at your local Steel dealer or shop the Steel Holiday Gift Guide at steelusa.com.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Ride home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Phil Almquist giving the Kayal and Company flag to Jeremy. He's the recipient for the week.
You promise you'll fly it on your truck and you'll return it next week.
100%.
Okay. All right.
You have other people in the hopper stocker, so to speak, or how can people request the flag?
Probably won't be till January until you can do it, but we have other people. If you want to fly the flag high on your truck or house or whatever, you have to display it. It can't sit in the back of your truck like it did for Kayal. Send me an email, greg.stocker@odyssey.com.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Guarding online privacy is critical for me, personally and professionally. That's why I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. I feel secure with Privacy Pro's 3-in-1 subscription service, DuckDuckGo VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. So we're able right now to offer you a free 30-day trial at DuckDuckGo.com/1210. DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro provides me with a VPN, secure encrypted Wi-Fi connection that I trust. It hides my IP address and location from the sites I visit, which is critical because I spend a lot of time on the road multitasking, online, doing show prep, researching the latest news. I love that the DuckDuckGo VPN works on browsers and apps across mobile and desktop. Get a 30-day free trial, DuckDuckGo.com/1210, then pay $9.99 a month. Do this. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A promise is potent.
born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Chiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report. Stocks ending lower on Tuesday with the Dow down 154 points, the Nasdaq down 49, S&P 500 lower by 18. Investors are cautious ahead of the last wave of inflation data of the year, which comes this morning. The Consumer Price Index report will be among the final big pieces of data that the Fed will receive before its meeting on interest rates next week. Jay Hatfield, CEO of Infrastructure Capital Management, believes inflation will moderate under the new administration.
We're very bullish about inflation. Not this print. We're at 0.27. That's in line with consensus that rounds to 0.3. We think that inflation will head back to 2 over next year.
And a federal judge temporarily halting a proposed merger between supermarket giants Kroger and Albertsons. And General Motors is giving up on its robo-taxi business and will stop funding its money-losing Cruise autonomous vehicle division. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
The clock keeps ticking for TikTok, and the social media app hopes a court stops the hands of time before January 19th, when TikTok would be banned in the U.S. if it does not cut ties with Chinese parent company ByteDance under a law signed earlier this year over security concerns.
It's a combination of the ability that the Chinese government would have to, if they choose to exercise it, to control the collection of the data, to control the recommendation algorithm, and if they wanted to be able to control and compromise devices.
That's FBI Director Christopher Wray, who supports the law, but more than 100 million Americans use TikTok, and some protested outside Congress back in March.
A ban on TikTok would be devastating.
TikTok ban wouldn't just put my business at risk. 95% of my livelihood would disappear overnight.
TikTok has provided us with a powerful tool to raise awareness, promote inclusion, and change the world.
TikTok is asking the same D.C. federal appeals court that upheld the law Friday to block it, while the company takes the case to the Supreme Court. And TikTok hopes President-elect Trump might consider repealing the law when he takes office again.
I have the sneaking suspicion that they will get an injunction here. My reason for thinking that is there is an underlying hypocrisy as to the government's position.
John Cofrancesco is a cybersecurity expert, founder and CEO of the Applied AI company.
Hypocrisy aside, I happen to be in favor of banning TikTok in the method that they're doing it. So we'll have to see what pans out here, but I think it's unlikely that TikTok goes away forever for people in the United States.
Okay, let's get into this hypocrisy. What is it that is flawed?
So here's the thing. What the government is accusing TikTok of, Facebook, Google, and every other major social media site is also guilty of. And it's guilty of two things. One, taking your privacy data and using it for their own purposes. And two, and this is the worst part, having vulnerabilities to have that data go to China. It just so happens that TikTok, in addition to having that vulnerability, is also owned, principally by a Chinese company.
Yeah, the distinction of the Chinese ownership, there's been a lot of talk that, under Chinese law, a company has to hand over supposedly information to the Chinese Communist Party. That's the allegation, that TikTok has to comply with that. They're giving stuff and information to China, which TikTok denies.
Well, TikTok is not being honest here, but that same Chinese law also requires U.S. and European companies operating in China to similarly hand over data to the Chinese government. So,
American data or data from China?
American data. So if you are an American company operating in China and the Chinese Communist Party comes and says, hey, hand it over, and you don't, you go to jail. Or your company stops operating, and usually both. And in fact, that's why you'll see, not just in the tech space, but major consultancies are having all sorts of problems with the Chinese government, essentially stealing people's passports and imprisoning them for not complying or half complying with these sorts of regulations. So it is true that ByteDance is likely to comply because they're utterly infiltrated with the Chinese Communist Party, but American companies will similarly comply with many of these regulations.
Okay, the other allegation here, and the reason for this law to ban TikTok by January 19th, if it doesn't do what the government wants, is the manipulation that is alleged that the Chinese can manipulate content on TikTok.
The strongest argument that the government has is that argument. And I will remind people who maybe aren't students of history, Tokyo Rose, a U.S. citizen, went to jail at the end of World War II for complying with the Japanese government and doing pretty benign broadcasts to the Pacific Fleet. You might not know this name, Axis Sally. She also spent some time in jail for doing the same thing for the Third Reich. And to that end, we didn't allow Goebbels to have a newspaper in the United States. We didn't allow Lavrenti Beria of the Soviet Union to post articles in every high school in America during the Cold War. So there's a lot of precedent for saying, hey, there's a line here and this is where we're going to draw it. And frankly, the Chinese government is evil. They keep slaves. They imprison people for their religion. So I'm on board with preventing them from having access to 150 million Americans. I think that's a pretty wise thing.
Do you believe they are manipulating what people in America see? And I know there's all these social media apps, they have algorithms and they design it so that you keep wanting to get more and more information, see more videos and things like that. So what's different with TikTok?
100% they're manipulating that algorithm. But again, as you point out, so are the American-owned companies. The difference is that when the Chinese companies do it, they have two intents. So their first intent, of course, is to perpetuate the app, right? Make sure users keep using it. But there is a second underlying intent, which is to undermine the faith and credibility of the United States. I mean, I want to remind you, just 2 years ago, we had teenagers articulating arguments from Osama bin Laden that really stemmed from TikTok. I mean, please go look that up. There were American students, teenagers, articulating arguments in favor of Osama bin Laden. And a lot of that stemmed from TikTok. Now, I don't think you would have seen that on Facebook.
Okay.
And the underlying reason there is that the Chinese Communist Party loves to push things that undermine the stability of our democracy.
Now, doesn't Russia come in here and try to infiltrate our social media also to pit us against each other? I mean, what's different?
100% Russia tries to do that. And frankly, the Chinese are just much smarter. So the Russian approach is to try to subvert our companies from the inside, right? They use vulnerabilities in the software, they hack. So that's their approach. And that's a very Soviet era, middle of last century approach. The Chinese have a much smarter approach. It's to embed themselves into our infrastructure. And that could be physical infrastructure, but in this case, social media infrastructure, and to blend their desires, their commercial desires, with their military desires. So it's very hard to distinguish. I'm an employee of a Chinese-owned company from I'm an employee of and state actor of the Chinese Communist Party. And they do that on purpose because in a pluralistic, open society like ours, we have protections for commerce and they exploit that. So the Russians just aren't as sophisticated as the Chinese, and the Chinese, to their credit, as evil as they are, have done an amazing job of sort of obscuring when they're doing things for commerce and then when they're doing things to undermine the country.
All these Americans who use TikTok, watch videos, and all the Americans who do business and make money off TikTok, right? What is the app doing? Is there anything that the app is doing while they're using it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's collecting data on them. And again, this comes back to the underlying hypocrisy. TikTok collects data, so does Facebook. And when you go to the leadership at TikTok and you say, hey, this is wrong, they say, okay, well, regulate Facebook the same way. The difference is, right, Mark Zuckerberg is not an operator for the Chinese Communist Party, right? The leadership at TikTok through ByteDance are all operatives of the Chinese Communist Party, and they deny it. But in the back end, somebody takes a thumb drive with everybody's data and just hands it right over to the Chinese Communist Party. So that there is a principal difference there, but the underlying hypocrisy is real. We allow American companies to do very similar things to what TikTok through ByteDance is doing.
Okay. Now, is TikTok just taking the data of the user as it uses the app, or is it taking data from my phone? Can they get to my phone and other things in my phone if I have TikTok?
Yeah, absolutely. They can get to your phone. And again, that's also going to be true of Facebook. It's also going to be true of Google, right? So yes, they can get to your phone. You know, the underlying difference is who owns that access.
Right. Who gets the data?
That's right. That's right. By the way, if we take this to the old world economy, right, there's serious doubts of whether Nippon Steel is going to be allowed to buy U.S. steel for similar reasons, except Nippon Steel's, from Japan. They're one of our best allies. So even in the old world, we have similar laws and regulations, right? The old world economy. This case, I think it's a little bit more pernicious because you have 150 million Americans, overwhelmingly young Americans, who are using this app.
There are people trying to buy TikTok. Do you think ultimately, if it gets closer to that date, somebody might actually successfully purchase the company out of the ByteDance?
I think what's most likely to happen, and if you're ByteDance, you want to take this all the way to the limit, right? Because if you show that you're going to fold here, you're risking, again, this is demonstration that they're influenced by the Chinese Communist Party. There are other companies like this, right? They're not as big, not as prolific. So the Chinese Communist Party is saying, no, hold on. We want to fight this to the bitter end. I think ultimately, if there is no court injunction, yeah, this is going to fold, and Americans will end up with an American-owned TikTok or a European-owned TikTok. And so there may be some interim gap in usability, but I seriously doubt that they're going to let a multi-billion-dollar asset just wither on the vine. They, the Chinese Communist Party, are certainly leaning on ByteDance to hold on as long as they can.
Now another security issue made in China, something called Salt Typhoon. Yet another cyber espionage operation hacking into telecommunications companies in the U.S. and around the world, allowing the Chinese to listen to and record very senior American officials in the Biden administration. The New York Times reports President-elect Trump's family was also targeted in the Chinese surveillance.
Put yourself in their position. You want to know what President Trump is thinking. You want to know what Vice President Vance is thinking. Hack their phones and just listen. And if you can do that, every time you go to negotiate with them, you have an advantage. Every time they go to take an advantage, you're ahead of them. So this isn't surprising. By the way, Western governments do similar things. The difference is how we access it, right? We would do that through the NSA, right? The Chinese communists, and by the way, the Russians, what they usually do is they have these wink, wink, not state actors, but are state actors, take on these attacks so that they have plausible deniability, but they also get the benefit of the successful attack. So not surprising. People have been warned about this. And by the way, this is why people have been told to use encrypted communications. And I think that is probably where we're going in the Western world.
Everybody should use encrypted. Like if I know somebody overseas, I should contact them on an encrypted app instead of a phone call?
100%. Now, many of the apps you would use to people overseas, they're encrypted anyhow, right? That's so your WhatsApps of the world, your Signals, many of those have encrypted protocols to begin with. I just think that in the future, those applications will by default just encrypt everything, and that'll probably be the mode of communication for the average American, not because you've done something, but because the providers have just made that the default.
The telecom companies that were hacked into, I mean, I would have assumed that they would have had cyber defense. Why does it not work?
Well, it does work. So you have to kind of look at it from the defender's perspective. The good guys have to be right every single time. The bad guys only have to be right once. And the cost of launching one of these attacks is frankly not very expensive, and the cost of defending against them is exorbitant. So, I work in cybersecurity, and I will be the first one to raise their hand and say, hey, that guy did something wrong. These guys didn't do anything wrong, right? They're trying in earnest to defend us and to defend their networks. The Chinese are very powerful, and if the attackers really want to get in, eventually they will. So it is a sort of a retreating defense that we're always fighting in cyber.
John Cofrancesco, CEO, founder of the Applied AI company. And you know what? We have to have you back to talk about AI sometime soon, because that's a big deal as well.
Oh, I'd love to do it, and thank you so much for having me.
Well, thanks for joining us, John.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is December 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. 844-53-BIBLE. That's 844-53-BIBLE. 844-53-BIBLE.
Christmas and New Year's coming up. Family and workplace gatherings. Visit your nearest Captain Chucky's. You'll be the hit of the party when you bring the Bang Bang Crab Cake and Cheese Specialty Bread. This delicious item brought to you by Captain Chucky's and Marciano's Bakery of Philadelphia. Available at most Captain Chucky's locations. Remember the Smith Island Jumbo Lump Crab Cake and the Mega Colossal Lightly Breaded Scrumptious Crab Cake. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. At the shore, visit CaptainChucky'sAtTheShore.com.
Ron Jaworski here. Have you been dreaming of a new shower to replace your slippery, ugly old tub? PJ Fitzpatrick can install a low threshold or low entry, fully customized jacuzzi shower system in just 1 day. It is surprisingly affordable and comes with a lifetime guarantee. Trust me, a happy bath makes for a happy life. Better yet, trust PJ. Visit trustpj.com to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of the fall promotions. That's trustpj.com.
Hey, it's Ike Reese coming to you from the most wonderful time of the year in Philly. Although, let's be honest, around the holidays, things really do add up. But this season of giving, Verizon's offering a single line for $50 per month when you switch and bring your phone. So, while ice skating for two is definitely costing more, here at Verizon, you can save. How about gifts for your third cousin? That's pretty steep. A single line with Verizon, not so steep. A real tree, pretty pricey. A single line with Verizon, less pricey. Even a trip to the Philly holiday market will cost you more. But with Verizon, you can switch and bring your phone for just $50 per month for a single line on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. All this to say, during the holiday season, when everything is costing more, you can get more for less right now at a local Verizon store.
$15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G, 4G, LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Fox
News. I'm Sue Guzman, the attorney for the man accused of killing United Healthcare's CEO, says they are fighting extradition from Pennsylvania to New York.
We're going to fight this along the rules and with the constitutional protections that my client has, and that's what we're going to do.
Lawyer Thomas Dickey, Luigi Mangione ordered held without bail. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin in Japan, where he weighed in on the fall of Syrian President Bashar al-Assad.
My number one priority is protection of our troops. And we're also very much focused on making sure that ISIS doesn't have the ability to resurge.
And the beloved TV medalist, the amazing Kreskin, is done.
Oh, that title. How are you, amazing? That, you really start something. I can't go on an airline. Everybody says, be amazing.
A frequent guest on The Tonight Show, Kreskin was 89. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Milwaukee Bucks advanced to the NBA Cup semifinals in Las Vegas. The Bucks defeated the Orlando Magic 114-109. Former Atlanta Brave Max Fried will become the highest-paid left-handed pitcher in history. Fried has agreed to an 8-year deal with the New York Yankees, $218 million. Hall of Famer Ryan Sandberg says his prostate cancer has returned and has spread to other organs. Sandberg is 65 years old. Dallas Cowboys linebacker DeMarvion Overshown tore 3 ligaments in his right knee Monday against Cincinnati. Overshown can miss all of next season after surgery, and golfer Scottie Scheffler was voted the PGA Player of the Year. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
The NFL had a chance to kind of bail Cleveland out here. The Browns, they're not going to. They're citing insufficient evidence. They have closed their most recent inquiry on Deshaun Watson. A league spokesman said the review has been closed. There was insufficient evidence to support finding of a violation of the personal conduct policy. This is stemming from the most recent settlement after Watson was suspended for 11 games back in 2022. Of course, this year he settled with another accusation, another accuser, with far more detail, not just with the massage, but also, the sexual encounter. And I don't know if it was restructured then different, but at the beginning, it's always been reported that if they came across any new information, anything the Browns didn't know ahead of time before signing him, they could come back and get some of their money back. And that could be, releasing him with cause.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. General Motors is exiting the robo-taxi business and says its Cruise self-driving car unit will be combined with GM's technical teams. GM says it's giving up the robo-taxi development work due to the time and resources that would be needed to scale the business. U.S. workers appear to be relatively satisfied with their jobs, but close to a third polled in a new Pew survey said they're not satisfied with their pay. White workers were most likely to say they're happy in their job. 55% of them say they are extremely or very satisfied. By comparison, only 44% of Hispanic workers, 43% of black workers, and 42% of Asian workers were extremely or very satisfied. The idea of moving in retirement is no longer the goal for many seniors. A preferences survey conducted by AARP found 3/4 of those questioned said they want to stay in their communities as they age. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nice run. It's great being back out on the mountain. You sort of disappeared for a while. Everything okay? Between you and me, it was lower testosterone. Lower T? Yeah. The doc told me once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone, and that can make it harder to stay in shape. That's why I started taking Nugenix Total T. It's made a huge difference. Oh, I've seen that on TV. Is it for real? For sure. It's the #1 doctor-recommended testosterone booster. It boosts free and total testosterone levels to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. My wife, my boss, my kids, everyone has noticed a change in me. Do they still give out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves? Yes, just send them a text.
Guys, text HATCH to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back in shape fast, absolutely free. Text HATCH to 321-321. That's HATCH to 321-321.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, their U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Trump's victory doesn't mean our financial worries are over. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. Washington's spending addiction still threatens your savings. That's why I recommend gold IRAs from my friends at Birch Gold Group. These accounts protect your retirement from government mismanagement. For a free info kit on gold IRAs, text the word HEDGE to 989898. Don't wait. Text HEDGE to the number 989898 now for your free kit from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, write this number down or put it into your phone. 800-909-1822. The IRS is hiring more staff and cracking down. Call Tax Relief Helpers now to learn about our tax debt reduction programs and how to stop the collection efforts. If you're facing liens, levies, an audit, wage garnishment, or years of unpaid taxes, even if you're already in a payment plan, we can help. Through special IRS programs, you may qualify to have your tax debt settled for a fraction of what you owe. Tax Relief Helpers has helped thousands of taxpayers qualify for these generous relief programs, earning an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. No matter what amount you or your business owe to the IRS, call our tax relief hotline now for a free consultation and see what savings you may qualify for. Don't tackle the IRS on your own, and don't risk having your wages, Social Security, even your pension seized. Call now. Call 800-909-1822. That's 800-909-1822. 800-909-1822.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm, and there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're looking to furnish your home or replace your old furniture, your journey begins and ends at Bucks County Estate Traders. One piece of advice, make sure you have time when you come here. The 58,000 square foot showroom is a furniture wonderland. Quality high-end pieces with inventory changing daily. It's all here. Mid-century modern, traditional, vintage, antique, and name brands. They'll ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatетraders.com.
Give the gift of flavor this holiday season with Hatfield Pork. Whether you're hosting a big family gathering or cozy candlelit dinner, Hatfield bacon, ham, marinated tenderloins, ground pork, and sausage will transform your holiday meal into a savory celebration. Share the joy of great taste this season. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and retail partners near you. Happy holidays from your friends at Hatfield.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rules stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, December 11th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a hump day, which means Tony Bruno at 8:30 this morning. You hear Greg? But I'll start with Dawn, as I always do. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Rough weather ahead. Pouring rain.
Awful out.
A lot of accidents.
Hello, Gregory.
Hello, buddy. How are you?
Doing well. Just a heads up, if the camera goes straight down and you see like the desk only.
It's the worst.
Or if it spins around and gives a frontal of Stalker through the glass.
Frontal?
Yeah.
Don't worry.
It has nothing to do with me, but I'm still here.
We're getting a new computer, excuse me.
Oh.
But when that's coming, I don't know.
March of 26.
So.
But all right. Yeah.
We're here, though. We're here.
We are here.
Odyssey app. We're here on 1210 WPHT and YouTube.
That's right. Plenty of ways to consume the show. We got a good one for you today. We will give you an exclusive sneak peek behind the scenes of the interview that is set to, I guess, be available at any moment right now, of the Judge Janine Pirro, interviewing Daniel Penny in his first interview. I've got 3 little excerpts that will give you in the big take for a larger picture of how America is officially back. A lot of it stemming from Daniel Penny and other cases and stories in the news that we've talked about here in the last 10 days or so. Also this morning, it is a Luigi Love Fest.
Oh, it's sickening.
It's weird.
It's
it
sickening,
is
guys.
Bizarre obsession.
What is happening?
I don't know.
The media, women.
It's not just women. It's gay dudes. Like they're like, he's
dudes.
hot.
Yep.
Like, what is happening?
Taylor Swift's like, is it too late to dump Travis for truly the wrong guy?
He's a murderer.
That's right.
He deserves to
Allegedly.
fry if he did it. Yes, of course, allegedly.
Never forget the A word. Never forget the A word.
I mean, they charged him.
That's right. Although his defense attorney on ABC News last night says, I've yet to see any evidence that says my client did anything wrong. Shocking.
Are you kidding?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those clips are out there.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So we'll talk about it. Also, we are down to the finalists, or I guess they would technically call it the semifinalists, for the Time Person of the Year.
Oh.
How it's not Donald Trump, I don't know. But then again, it's Time, so it wouldn't surprise us, right?
Well, I'm sure he's been it before, no?
He won it in 2016.
Okay.
Remember
so,
that? It wasn't Man of the Year, it was Person of the Year.
Gotcha.
Right.
And he didn't like that.
Yeah.
Right. Hard to imagine how you don't win it after you survive an assassination attempt.
I'd love to hear who they deemed Person of the Year, because I have my thoughts. I haven't seen this, by the way, so...
got the list, and we've got past winners as well. And there are past winners on the list, including Trump. So
I mean, I saw the story because I sent it to you, but I didn't see the nominees. I did that on purpose.
Okay. Live reaction on the air. That's the way I like to do it. Also in Iowa, a school district with a ban on a list of words. Yes, the war of words has once again resumed, and we'll go through these words and mock how the fact that somebody would actually arrive at the conclusion to say, you know what, put it on the list and leave it there. That's coming up this morning as well. Plus, I have to rip Newsmax for an edict that is coming down to their talent. In full disclosure, if an edict like that ever comes down here, I'm out.
Yep. As would everybody else be.
And then
Is this to groom eyebrows or something? Is that the edict?
Tell you what, Luigi's got a unibrow, doesn't he?
Woo!
Apparently the chicks dig that. All right, we'll talk about all of it this morning. Cut sheet at 7:45, Bruno at 8:30, presidential trivia at 9:20 for a Metro Diner $50 gift card.
Yeah.
Let's get to the news, the traffic, the weather, the sports, all together on the fives. 6:05. Round number one, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. This Wednesday, December 11th, we are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon and Kayal Company News Live. Be safe as you head out this morning. A lot of accidents, spin outs with the heavy rain, and that will continue throughout the day as far as the rain, hopefully not the accidents. I know there was just the reporting on the traffic cameras. There was just a report, Academy Road entrance to I-95 South. So we also had I-95 South in Philadelphia was shut down most of the night. That's because those southbound lanes between the I-676 East and Market Street exits, they were shut down because of this horrific, deadly accident. Police say there was a pedestrian on the highway, unknown reason here, and was struck by a vehicle. The pedestrian pronounced dead at the scene. And anyone who may have witnessed the crash should call police. No other details are being released. So I don't even have the information as to did the vehicle stop. I'm not sure, but we know that there was a dead body, literally a dead body, and that whenever you have a death investigation and something strange like this, they have to shut it all down because now it becomes a death investigation, becomes a crime scene.
Yep.
So that's why it was shut down all night, but I don't know. I think people are getting by, but this is going to accumulate this morning now with this latest spin-out accident, I-95 South, right by the Academy, right by Academy Road. New Jersey State Senator is another one. It's calling for more action as these unidentified flying objects, these huge drones that are not the hobby-style drones flying over New Jersey. Well, now there's a call for a limited state of emergency.
Wow.
Because of these mysterious drones.
Yeah. I actually, last night, now I did not see the big ones, but I took my dog out to go to the bathroom before bed around 9:15, and I'm looking up, and I just saw, I don't know what caused me to look up, but there were two smaller-ish type drones, potentially. I'm not sure that they were drones, but they were up pretty high, and they were relatively close, and they were just in a stagnant position. This is in Bluebell, and
Democrats are spying on Nick Kayal.
They're trying to steal the. They're trying to like siphon my big take. It's outrageous.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's big take pilferage. But I looked up last night, and I wanted to go back, so I go back inside. I unchained the dog, and I grabbed my phone. And by the time I went back outside, looked up, they were gone. Now I don't know for sure that they were drones, and if they were like the like the Hobby Lobby small ones that Opelka's zipping around on the golf course with. But I think I experienced a little bit of it on a smaller scale last night.
Well, this is just getting creepy, and we have reports of these flying, unidentified, large flying objects across our region, the Philadelphia suburbs as well, Media, Broomall, and Delaware County, Philadelphia's Mayfair section, and in fact, well, somebody over the weekend, right? I had a couple of people. It was around that Pico substation there that's in Montgomery County. And so there was that one. Now, Nick is saying it sounds like the smaller ones, but there are just, a lot of people concerned and questioning what's going on here. As far as in New Jersey, the reason there's the call, and this is Republican State Senator John Bramnick. he issued the latest statement on this, saying these are very large drones, some of them the size of a small plane or let's say the size of an SUV. And so now we know that DHS and the FBI are tracking the situation, looking into it. They are investigating. But we continue every single day, many of you calling us, telling us about these very large drones, and they seem to be around sensitive areas, such as maybe a power station, a railroad station, or even a military site. And those are some of the concerns. So,
what do you guys think this actually is? I mean, do you have any educated guess at this point with all the new information that we've not been given? Because apparently the government has no idea what this is, right?
Or they're not saying.
They're not. Yeah. They're not saying.
Well, the representative you're referring to, Dawn, is Chris. Oh, I thought it was Chris Smith.
Yeah, Chris Smith released one yesterday. I think I'm quoting Bramnick just because he's the latest person, but the most recent.
He said yesterday that this is really serious. But we have audio from him we can get to later with the cut sheet. But
yeah, so this is not just what's up in the sky. It's starting to get it's very concerning, and the fact that state, federal, and state, local, federal investigators, they're all saying out loud that they don't know what it is. That even the president spoke about it. So we'll continue to it is a follow-up. We've been talking about this now.
Poor Trump. He's like, my first presidency ended with a pandemic, and now I've got aliens flying around as I'm about to return.
I mean, there's no question in my mind this is not either some nefarious country doing something or a government op, right?
Okay. So it's either a foreign government or it's our government.
Yes.
You're two.
Yeah, because if it was Amazon or, you know what I mean? Like they would tell you.
Yeah.
Who has the technology and who has the money to do stuff?
Yeah.
Amazon and the government.
Yeah.
Or terrorist groups.
Yeah.
Of course.
They have a lot of money.
Absolutely.
And the locations of which these are occurring, hovering above certain, I don't call them destinations, but I mean, doesn't this feel like, I hate to say it, you and Stucker, you said this, the next big attack is not going to be planes into buildings.
Nope.
It's going to be, cyber AI, advancements in technology, things like this.
It's going to be them taking down our grid.
Our grid, yeah.
And because everybody has, does things through apps and has their money in available through banks.
Yep.
And that's not going to become available.
Right.
That's how they're going to take us down.
Right.
The Picatinny Arsenal in New Jersey, a military research and production facility. They're in Morris County, New Jersey. They have 11 confirmed reported sightings by law enforcement, security guards, official sightings that they've documented, 11 of them since November 13th. And so they have said this is not us. The FBI is being quoted as saying they're doing, quote, all they can to figure out what's going on.
So, I mean, to me, the next questions would be how and where and when are they entering our airspace? And if they are entering our airspace, why is it not being picked up on radar? And then secondly, when you think about what's up there, one of two things has to happen. Either we need to go up there, right, and surveil what they're surveilling, or we need to bring it down to us, which means shoot that sucker down. We either have to go up or that has to come down, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting for one of those to happen.
Yeah, so New Jersey Office of Homeland Security, there were about 21 mayors, at least that I know of and counting, across New Jersey. They joined in on a letter to Governor Phil Murphy demanding action. So I don't have word that they're actually going to, I don't know what a state of emergency would do.
Yeah.
Except it would obviously trigger more funding to deal with this whole thing. But like I say, the feds, they say they're investigating. The FBI continues to say if you see something, they want to hear from you. And so they say contact the FBI if you do see one of these, if you can capture it on your phone video.
Are we allowed to shoot it down like that man in
no.
Florida?
No, that's not recommended.
I know.
Yeah.
Right?
You could start World War III.
Yeah.
So, well, the other problem is these things are huge. And so let's say you did shoot it down.
Yeah.
What if it lands on a person or a house or on a highway?
Well, I'm not saying that you should. I'm referring to that video of that gentleman who was arrested in Florida because a drone came over his property. He pulled out his gun and shot it down.
What am I going to do, lie to you? Yeah, I shot it down. Isn't that what he said?
Man's a national hero.
Goodness.
Yep.
By the way, we don't actually know if he actually hit it. I don't think he did, right? He just shot at it.
Shot at it.
Yeah.
By the way, Penn State, we have word from Penn State University Police.
Yeah.
They have announced they will not charge retired Philadelphia Eagles center Jason Kelsey after they've completed their probe into that altercation with a fan over a cell phone. That was November 2nd, a home game between the Nittany Lions and Ohio State.
Okay.
Our long national nightmare is over.
I thought you were reporting that Penn State has identified James Franklin as the man flying around the drone. Explains why he doesn't win big football games. He's preoccupied.
So Kelsey had apologized. Police are not going to file any charges. And I know that Nick Kayal in his big take is going to get into all of this with the latest in the assassination, really, of a major CEO, United Healthcare. Luigi Mangioni's writings revealed the court shout out, and then the fallout with the warning from even NYPD. What's going on here? It's a crazy situation as this suspect is capturing the attention and I guess the imagination of many people who romantically are interested in the guy.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Weird.
Chicks and dudes all horny for this guy.
I have TikTok video of these women and a dude.
And a dude.
And a dude.
And I'm like, what planet am I on? What planet am I on? Actually, this morning, New York Times. Let me read you the front page of the New York Times this morning.
Yeah.
Ivy League, raised by prominent family, grew isolated and lived with pain.
Lived with pain.
Lived with pain.
I know. They're sympathize for
They're
him.
trying to make this guy sympathetic.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, he's cute. He has a six-pack, and he was in back pain.
Yeah.
He had screws in his back. Screw him. How about that?
There's the fifth screw.
How about that?
Screw you.
That's what they want to do, Greg.
If he's found guilty, the dude should fry.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
How about that? How about Brian Thompson's family?
I know.
Can you imagine his sons?
How do you think
going through
they're
right now?
feeling
Seeing
Tim Miller from Bulwark saying his abs are amazing?
Yep.
Ugh.
We've got a lot of ladies out there that are saying things like this.
We want to hit that hard.
Yep.
Yep, that's what they're saying.
And dudes as well.
He roared! Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
We're going to get to all of it. How much of a $1 billion loan did we free up for Ukraine? Another headline. That one's incredible. $20 billion for Ukraine. And another headline that I know we'll get into this, and this was the latest and the final report from the Trump assassination attempted task force. And we're learning about the final report and the limited cooperation offered by Biden's Department of Justice, especially for that assassination attempt that happened here in Pennsylvania in Butler, J13th. We'll get into all of that today. There's so much. Real quick forecast for you, 64 degrees, but it is a blustery day, south winds up to 30 miles an hour, and some of these wind gusts we could experience today could be as high as 50 miles an hour. So you want to be safe today. And that's going to take us, that's starting from 10 o'clock this morning to 4 p.m. this afternoon with those gusty winds blowing around unsecured objects. Maybe they'll blow out the drones. I don't know. But think about all the weird accidents and deaths we've had with those tree limbs that have been blowing down on roadways. So be thoughtful of that. Be mindful of that. Very heavy soaking rain through the day. And then tomorrow, this storm system will move out. 40 degrees tomorrow. We will see some sunshine tomorrow and Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but we return to the 40s starting tomorrow. Enjoy 64 today and enjoy Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to finishing your holiday shopping. 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person online at josephanthony.com where gift cards are available. josephanthony.com. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:19, let's get to a midweek big take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And the big take this morning brought to you by First Harvest Credit Union. America is so back. Sometimes in life, There is a deviation away from the norm. Perhaps it's a person who strays away from what they've always been about. Perhaps it's a football team that forgot what their identity is, or maybe a company that shifted away from just selling products to making political and social statements. Or perhaps it is the greatest nation on earth that adopted an absurd fringe set of beliefs as the new gospel, only to ditch it after reawakening from a 4-year slumber. That is the United States of America. And the greatest nation on earth is officially back. And there's been plenty of signs to show that not only has the pendulum swung back to normalcy, not only that it has returned to common sense, but that it's ready to rock and roll like it used to. Donald Trump rolls to re-election. The Supreme Court of the United States leaning towards the banning of transgender surgeries for minors. And this week, a New York jury finding Daniel Penny not guilty of manslaughter or homicide. It is back to basics. It is back to American first policies. Boys are boys, girls are girls, and they'll remain that way as minors. And if you look, we're not going to send people to jail for being a good Samaritan as you protect your fellow citizens from a real threat. Judge Janine Pirro from Fox News landed the first post-conviction, not guilty, I should say, sit-down interview with Daniel Penny in a one-on-one setting. We'll play you some of that coming up in a minute. But first, here was her takeaways and reaction 2 days ago to the not guilty verdict on Monday as she explains why America will be in good hands moving forward. Listen and watch this.
In fact, Danny Penny was justified in using that force, and he used less than Jordan Neely did because he threatened imminent, deadly physical force. And you were entitled to use that kind of force, although Danny Penny didn't even know he died. He's speaking to the cops. He didn't even know he died. He thought that apparently that he was unconscious. In the end, what we have here are people demanding justice for Jordan Neely. Let me make one point. The truth is that Jordan Neely was on a list of New York City's most needy, homeless, and mentally ill people in a city of 8 million. He's on a list of 50. He had open warrants for assaulting women on the subway. One senior woman in particular, he had just broken her orbital bone. He had 42 arrests in 7 years. Where were these people trying to help Jordan Neely? But Danny Penny did what all of us would want someone to do if we were on that subway car. And I think that America breathes a sigh of relief today. America now recognizes that we can protect other Americans and not be accused of being vigilantes, that we can be good Samaritans within the confines of the law. And if a jury in New York City can find Danny Penny not guilty, well, then I feel good about the rest of America.
Think about how crazy that is. In a city of 8 million plus, he was on a list of 50 of the most mentally disturbed individuals, 42 arrests in 7 years. He averaged more arrests per year than the Jets win football games per year. And you know what the left should be saying today? That negative concept of toxic masculinity doesn't seem so bad today, does it? According to The Blaze, quote, one woman who was on the train, one witness, thanked Penny for saving her life. Another passenger described this rant as a satanic rant, and many passengers said that Daniel Penny actually kept them safe that day. She comments, adding, quote, the fact that he was alive when the police found him, that is very significant here. The courage that Penny, who is a former Marine, showed in the situation has become increasingly rare and almost impossible to come by, especially considering the way life has changed following the incident. Quote, we've all seen videos go viral on X where a young woman is either being sexually assaulted, is being sexually harassed, and the men around them do absolutely nothing, either because they're cowards, they don't want to be inconvenienced, or because they know something like this is going to happen to them, especially if you have a black suspect. That's just the case. Quote, when you've got a white person and a black person, and the white person even remotely appears to be the aggressor, you know you are going to lose in the media. You know that you're going to lose in the court of public opinion, end quote. Do you think Doug Emhoff would have intervened? How about Tim Walz? Would he have intervened? You know, the new definition of masculinity? Not a chance in hell. And who knows how many lives toxic masculinity saved on that subway that day. America should not be vilifying our veterans, police officers, and heroes. Doing the right thing shouldn't be prevented based on racial identities of potential criminals and a potential hero. Right is right, wrong is wrong, no matter the identities of the parties involved in an altercation. Another reason why the identity politics era of American society is officially over with. Now, Judge Jeanine sat down with Daniel Penny. Here was Penny giving his firsthand account of what occurred. Listen and watch this.
He was just threatening to kill people. He was threatening to go to jail forever, go to jail for the rest of his life. And now where I'm on the ground with him, I'm on my back in a very vulnerable position. If I just would have let go, now he turns.
Why is that a vulnerable position?
Well, if I just let him go, I'm on my back now. He can just turn around and start doing what he said to me. So
killing,
hurting.
The judge then asked what caused Penny to get involved, and Daniel says he didn't sign up for this. Listen and watch this.
What in you caused you to want to get involved?
I mean, I'm not a confrontational person. I don't really extend myself. I think this type of thing is very uncomfortable. All this attention and limelight is very uncomfortable, and I would prefer without it. I didn't want any type of attention or praise, and I still don't. The guilt I would have felt if someone did get hurt, if he did do what he was threatening to do, would never be able to live with myself. And I'll take 1 million court appearances and people calling me names and people hating me just to keep one of those people from getting hurt or killed.
Lastly, Penny talked about how this case was political, even though he himself doesn't want it to be that way. These are those final comments. Listen and watch.
These public officials would do something so self-serving.
But how does it serve them to hurt you?
Just political gain. I mean, these are their policies that are, and I don't mean to get political. I don't really want to make any enemies, really, although I guess I have already. But I mean, these are their policies that have clearly not worked, that the people, the general population, are not in support of, yet their egos are too big just to admit that they're wrong.
The full interview can be seen today on foxnation.com. That man right there is a patriot. That is a man who acted on behalf of others. And this is why Americans despise so many lawyers. In this case, weaponized district attorneys trying to make a false example out of a good human. But here's the bottom line. It takes courage to be a hero, even if doing so is completely justifiable in today's hypercharged political ecosphere, driven by media narratives and left-wingers' radical ideology, which is only accepted anyway by a slim percentage of Americans. But I don't think this will be a one-off. All of the Looney Tune nonsense of the last 4 years, I think it's over. As Democrats lose elections, they'll pivot away from it. As Soros-funded DAs lose re-election bids, incoming DAs, whether Democrat or not, will prosecute the true criminals. And as long as Donald Trump is in office, the madness of woke hysteria will remain dead, buried, and gone. It's back to basics in America. It's back to common sense. It's back to our roots of being the greatest nation on earth. And it couldn't come at a better time. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your savings grow. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 7-month certificate online and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusives for details and view our other saving options. Restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. If you have thoughts and you want to jump in, if you saw the Daniel Penny interview, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat. We got a lot to get into this morning, including the Luigi Love Fest. It's just amazing. America in love, both men, both women, and the media over the aesthetics and the optics of a killer, a cold-blooded killer. We'll talk about it as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it's Kayal and Company on a Wednesday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The 6 o'clock hour brought to you by Winter Ford. The Winter Ford Cherry Hill Get Ready holiday sales event is here. See Dino Rucci and his team for discounts and rebates of up to $10,000 on new Fords. Call 800-428-4000 for details. Check your savings at winterford.com. That's winter, WINNER, Ford.com. Let's talk FanDuel. Make your first bet a swish with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has all your favorite bets, from who will win the game to how many points a player will score. Plus, check out newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. It makes watching live NBA games so much more fun, especially with how abysmal the Sixers are playing this season. It makes watching the games more tolerable. Now is the perfect time to get in on the action. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets. If your first bet wins, just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. Do it now to get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA, and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over. President PA, first online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. It's guaranteed perfection in every single bite. And right now, you can save on unforgettable gifts with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, they consistently deliver the world's best steak experience. And the gifting experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to deliver that perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages featuring gourmet favorites. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide for a limited time at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com. That's omahasteaks.com. And an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Big news, Cherry Hill. The Hester Chevrolet family is expanding with our new location, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. For over 40 years, the Hester Automotive family has been part of the Cherry Hill community. With over 600 vehicles available, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill now offers one of the largest inventories of Chevy vehicles in the tri-state area. See why 2 Hester Chevy locations are even better than one. Come visit Hester Chevy at the mall or always online at HesterChevyCH.com.
Your way or no way at Hester Chevrolet.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Many years since I was here on the street, I was passing my time away.
6:36 as we roll on. It is Kayal and Company here on this Wednesday morning. Just about 2 hours from now, Tony Bruno live from Florida. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Also, we'll get to the Time Person of the Year finalists and nominations as we roll on this morning. But let's get to the Luigi Love Fest, who I actually think right now he's in the joint. He's next to a man named Bubba, and he's saying something like this.
I have a full mustache and beard.
As we're going to see how tough Mr. Six-Pack of Abs is when he's behind, with some of the most deranged killers on the planet. Obviously, the extradition will be coming. Apparently, according to reports, I was listening to some of the attorneys yesterday and legal experts, could take up to 30 days for him to be extradited from the center in which he is being detained in Pennsylvania before they go back to New York. Kathy Hochul will sign off on paperwork. They will ship him back to New York, and then we will see how this plays out in a court of law. But the Love Fest is just staggering. You know, I swear every day I leave here and I'm like, well, there's no way we can top yesterday's show with the madness and the stories that we talked about. And then the next day I'm just like, you know what? On second thought, today it may have taken the cake, because now, including those who are actually writing and covering this individual, Luigi Mangione, who this story written by Clara Gaspar, the headline for the Daily Mail, it may seem bizarre, but many women, including men, are captivated by the hot assassin.
Oh, God.
She writes the following.
We're in such a dumb country.
We are. You know how when Sean Farish comes on and he does Trump and he says we have stupid people, dumb people, right? He's not lying when he says that. She writes, handsome, Ivy League educated, from a well-heeled family. Oh, and did I mention the rippling six-pack? On paper,
Oh, my God.
Luigi Mangione is the sort of man any sane young woman might dream of. There's a rather large problem, however. The smoldering Italian-American now stands charged with killing the CEO of United Healthcare.
Just that.
Just that. That's his only blemish. I'll admit I was captivated as soon as the first closed-circuit TV images of Mangione were released to the public just hours after the murder. Various cameras captured him apparently pulling off his meticulously planned operation, approaching Thompson outside of a Manhattan hotel, executing the hit, and vanishing on an electric bike. It was like a scene from a Christopher Nolan thriller, cinematic, chilling, and darkly compelling. But then came details that only heightened the intrigue. The clearest photos of Mangione emerged from the hostel where he was believed to be staying, reportedly lowering his mask to flirt with a lucky woman at reception. Quote, like a true Italian, Luigi Mangione's fatal error as an assassin was giving himself away by stopping to flirt with the cashier before going to work. When he became a person of interest on Monday night, the internet erupted. Amateur sleuths and admirers poured over his online presence, his uncovering tantalizing details, his thought-provoking reviews of books on health. Maybe Bobby will hire him for Maha. Philosophy and psychedelics. Dawn, his witty tweets, and here you go. Here's the selling point. An Instagram gallery dotted with topless photos, flaunting a physique straight out of a Calvin Klein campaign. Not to mention, he's the heir of a holiday resort fortune and the brother of a top doctor. He's even got family in politics. So Dawn Stensland, he is a true, I don't want to call him a teen idol because he's 26, but he's what you dream of as a girl growing up, right? A hot man, smart, wealthy. There's not a lady today that wouldn't marry that guy if he wasn't allegedly a killer.
Now, who wrote that?
Clara Gaspar.
Well, Clara is not being inclusive. That she's saying a woman would dream of him.
All right.
Well,
she's not being very
dudes want him
inclusive.
too.
Okay, can I play a dude that wants him?
Oh, gee.
This is Tim Miller. He's the former spokesman of the RNC in 2012 and former communications director for Jeb Bush's presidential campaign in 2016.
Yep.
He now writes for The Bulwark.
Yeah, we played him about a week or so ago on the Big Take on another story.
This is what he said. Obviously, a gay man. This is what he said about the alleged killer. Roll it, Phil.
But this suspected killer, there's a lot to unpack here. Tim, what are your first impressions?
There's a lot to unpack here, including his six-pack would be among the things you need to unpack.
He did post yes.
Oh, my God.
He's a very attractive man, and there are a lot of texts about that. So I have a few more things to say about that at the very end, but I knew that that's probably what people are coming here to hear my thoughts on. So you got to wait till the end to hear my additional thoughts on that.
Good that you did not bury the lead here. It's blowing up on the gay group chats.
The gay group chats are on fire right now. The
Any other closing thoughts on this?
Because we got to go back to his looks.
Go back.
I've received several texts from people trying to get me to admit that I am attracted to the shooter, and I do, and I have to just say. Not exactly my type. I mean, objectively handsome.
I think once you kill someone,
not exactly my type. Yeah. I, like in that category, kind of the Boston Marathon bomber was kind of a little bit more.
Oh my God!
I mentioned that yesterday.
Do you remember the Rolling Stone cover of that guy?
Do I? Oh, do I remember that cover?
Not an appropriate cover.
Some people were very upset about the cover, not me.
They made him look like a young Bob Dylan. It was nuts.
Much handsomer than a young Bob Dylan. So anyway, he's still in jail as he should be. But not exactly my type. But other people disagree, and I have some pretty disgusting things in my inbox. Is I guess all I'm going to say. I don't think we need to share it with the whole audience.
Yeah, please don't. Please no.
Oh my God!
So the gay group chat is lit, baby.
It's lit.
It is on fire. Woo. Tim Miller's like wood.
These guys, by the way, if found guilty, they're gonna be super, super popular in prison.
Oh yeah.
That's just it.
Yeah.
Hope his back is healed by then, because he's gonna be taking a few shots, if you know what I mean.
Please stop! I'm in pain. United didn't clear. They wouldn't sign off on the surgery. I've got 4 screws in my spine.
Let me play. Can I play another one since we're on this? I laugh, but it's gross. Like, the whole thing is just gross. It's just these people are degenerates and disgusting.
Yeah.
This is a TikToker who slams the worker who reported the shooting suspect.
Yep.
So apparently they're giving bad Yelp reviews to that.
Oh, I've got that
McDonald's.
story. Yep, I've got quotes. Yep, we'll get to that.
Because the McDonald's is being blamed now because that worker turned.
Well, they have threats.
Yeah, exactly.
Threats against the workers at McDonald's, threats against other CEOs, threats against the Altoona police.
Yep.
I'll tell you what, the Bucks County owner of McDonald's that had Trump is looking like a hero right about now compared to this location.
All right, let's listen to this brain surgeon. By the way, her if you're watching the video, you can see right above her head it says "Free Luigi."
Okay, Free Luigi.
Go.
Right.
Okay, so they've arrested our hot CEO assassin. Turns out
Wow.
his name's Luigi.
Wood.
He's 26 years old.
Her, not
He's an
Luigi.
Ivy
She's
League
psycho.
grad. Did his undergrad and master's at Penn in computer science. That's my type. He's a little young for me, but
Yeah. You would.
baby, what is you doing getting caught eating at McDonald's? And curse you, McDonald's employee, for turning him in. But I get it. They upped the reward to $60,000. Maybe you needed that money. I never understood those crazy women that wrote inmates in jail, but I could see myself doing that.
There's no doubt. I was going to say
my
this
God.
earlier before even knowing that clip existed. How long do you give it until Luigi has a pen pal and they end up getting married and some chick throws her life away to marry this guy while he spends the rest of his existence on Earth behind bars?
Oh my God.
He's what, 26?
Yeah.
He will be married by the time he's 28.
Do you
You mean in prison?
Correct.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, well, he's not getting out.
Well, no. Is he going to be married to Bubba?
Yeah.
Or
Oh.
is he going to be married
gonna
to,
be-
you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, he might
He's
have
gonna be
multiple.
Bubba's
Yeah. He's
He's
going to have wives, husbands. He's going to have everything.
Newman Price on the YouTube chat says, Nick, I don't think the screws would be in his spine.
a sin.
One more here, since we're down this rabbit hole.
Newman.
This is cut 16. This is a TikToker. Oh, this is a trans TikToker, excuse me.
Oh, well, we got to get their thoughts.
That wants to beat the S word out of the McDonald's worker who called the police on the alleged UHS serial killer.
Doesn't want to beat the crap out of Luigi, the killer.
Serial
Okay, yeah, interesting.
Yeah, okay. So,
Priorities.
Yeah. All right, ready, go.
They caught the guy that killed the UHC CEO. For such a professional hit, it's
Oh, boy.
kind of weird that the gunman didn't leave the U.S. The guy that reported it was a McDonald's worker. I would never advocate for violence on my page.
Right.
Yeah, but
that's it.
It would be pretty funny if we beat the shit out of him, and then when he went to the hospital,
That's great.
that if he was out of network and had to pay a huge bill, I think that would be funny.
That's great.
I'm not advocating for it.
No.
But
right, you're just Taylor
it would bring a
Lorenzing it.
smile to me.
We need to lock these. We need to lock these people up too.
These people are mentally ill.
Yeah.
Oh,
and they
God.
and you know what? Why isn't that stuff taken down? Because that's a threat.
Agreed.
For all these threats.
Well,
you
we
know?
don't. This was somebody posted this. I don't know if it was taken down because, truth be told, I don't go on TikTok. So maybe it was, but Dawn's right. If it has been, it should be.
So the other, and you mentioned about the negative reviews on this McDonald's, courtesy of Yelp and Google. A couple of different outlets reporting different iterations of the story, but that Pennsylvania McDonald's has now been flooded with negative reviews online. That, according to CNN, this location in Altoona, where Mangione was arrested, this location is being smeared on Yelp and Google, being branded as, quote, rats and snitches by people that are sympathetic to the 26-year-old alleged murderer. Police in New York go on to say that these comments have been popping up and being removed. CNN anchor Brianna Kayal says they call this some form of review bombing, is what they call it when you just unload on bad businesses or good ones and you're just being a jerk. They go on to say anywhere you can leave a review about a business, they're going there. So it's Google reviews, it's Yelp. They are mentioning it, to your point before, that this person who called the police of the shooter is a rat. They're making comments such as, quote, these rats in their kitchen. You can't trust that you're not going to get food poisoning there. Now the tech companies are put in a really precarious position because on one end, you never want to meddle with reviews, but you want them to be organic. But what Google and others are saying is that these aren't real reviews. You're not a customer coming in and checking out the restaurant. You're just leaving a review to put a disparaging light on the business. And so they're actually going and removing a lot of these reviews. Yelp has now turned off the comments. But what's going to be challenging here, according to this reporter, is that there's a game of whack-a-mole going on where you can try to delete as many comments as you want. If you're eBay or Amazon, you could try to pull all the delay, deny, defend, depose merch as you want. Apparently that's being sold on these e-commerce websites. But bad actors are still going to go out and continue to do it and continue to praise the shooter online. They also go on to say, one of the reviews left says, this fast food restaurant houses a traitor amongst its employees. The working class has betrayed humanity. You know, it was interesting, too. I don't know if you guys saw this yesterday, but as he was being transported from a police cruiser into the facility, the media, the, quote, paparazzi were all around, and you hear in the clip, like, I don't know, somebody says something, and then he just snaps.
Yeah, we have that. That's cut 9.
Do we have that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cut 9, do you have that? Yeah, he didn't say anything when he came out.
No,
but
and then he just goes unhinged.
Yeah, roll it.
Down.
Oh my God! And it's completely out of touch. And it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people and the lived experience.
He says it's completely out of touch. It's an insult to the intelligence of the American people.
Yes. And you see, if you're watching on YouTube, he gets out, he immediately tries to look over top of the SUV of the police cruiser because he's aware that the cameras are there. And then he just goes on. That almost sounded like a scripted thing that he was planning to say.
Oh, of course.
Right?
Yeah.
This guy, I really think, is trying to send a message. It's calculated. He was plotting this. The reports are, I think I mentioned this yesterday, he went 3 months without being seen or heard from all of his closest friends. This guy, and then you look at everything that was on him when he was found. I really believe he wanted to be found. He wants to be celebrated, and we're all taking the bait.
I know.
Like, that's the worst part of all of this.
You're right.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing it because it's our job, and we're talking about how insane it is that one side, not even one side, you got men, you got women, you got the media, they're all glorifying this a-hole, right?
Yep.
This guy just murdered somebody in cold blood.
Allegedly.
Allegedly premeditated murder.
Yep. I'm sorry, I hate that we have to say that, but we do. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, it's you know, we don't want to get sued. So
But-
like I just feel like this is we have this hero celebrity worship in this country, and it's gross.
So let's
It's
ask the
gross.
question that we always ask when we talk about these things. Because social media highlights it, and then we all arrive at the conclusion, or we believe that this is massive amounts of people. Do you think better than 50-50? Do you think more Americans are infatuated with this guy and sick and demented, like kind of are happy he did this, or is that the fringe opinion?
It's a fringe opinion.
You think it's a fringe opinion?
100% the fringe opinion.
Okay.
And I think that people, anybody who's gone through an issue with an insurance claim that has had a bad experience with it, I'm sure in the back of their mind they're being like, you know what I mean? But I think the majority of people, I still believe the majority of people are good people, and they see this guy as what he is, and they hope that he gets, all I think about, I said this earlier, all I think about is Brian Thompson's wife and kids and his family, and the fact that they're seeing this. Like, I would have to leave the country if I had to. Like, I would never turn on the news. I would never turn on anything. How can you? Because it's literally all anybody's talking about.
Right.
And seeing this guy's photo and picture, and seeing, hearing dip blanks, calling him hot. It's disgusting.
And this happened 1 week ago today. Almost at this point, I think it was 6:45 a.m. last Wednesday morning.
Yep.
Now, here's the one thing I will say. Like everything, this story will eventually disappear.
100%. It's the shiny new object.
We'll move
right now.
on to the next thing, right?
Yep.
Until this guy has his day in court, and then we'll, revisit everything, and then
It's in 6 months we'll forget this guy's name. Be
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, that guy who did that. Nobody will remember.
Right.
But yeah, right now it's gross.
One review since deleted said, quote, "This location has rats in the kitchen that will make you sick, and your insurance isn't going to cover it." Another poster wrote, "Do not stop here. If you're an American hero, they will sell you out." So this guy, claiming that Mangione is a hero.
Yep.
The Google spokesperson said these reviews violate our policies and have been removed. That, according to Reuters. Another user wrote, "Home of the bootlicking snitches. Food is terrible. The vibe is off. Absolutely trash."
Yeah.
The vibe is off.
Another win for social media.
It's just another reason to stay off of it. All right, 855-839-1210, the phone number. We'll come back. We'll get to some news from Dawn for hour number 2. And then Time Person of the Year. Can Donald Trump win it for a second time? 2 presidents have won it twice. Will Trump make it the trifecta? We'll get into that as we continue. Hour 2 is on the way.
Only a few spots left, so I hope you join me next spring on the Italian Riviera. There's a reason that Italy is the most revisited country in the world, and if you join me last year on our trip to southern Italy, I know that you, along with all of us, just fell in love with Italia. Yes, Lorenzo and Romina will be back with us. Once again, Conservative Tours crafting an incredible itinerary that's sure to enchant all of us. Tuscany, the Riviera, the northern Italian lakes region, Cinque Terre, and dining events you'll write home about. 5378, yes, that includes your airfare. Pisa, Michelangelo's Florence, and the fashion capital of Milan. You want to call toll free, do this, because like I say, I don't know exactly how many. Ken Chase said only a few spots left, so I just got that word. Made sure that I put in for Larry and Michael and David and I, so I have all of our spots reserved for the 4 of us. You want to call toll-free, 888-733-9494. Go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down, and you'll see the full itinerary. Luxury hotels, Mercedes coach, a tour leader who is absolutely the best. That's Conservative Tours in Italy. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, charming Siena, home to Il Palio, the medieval Manhattan, San Gimignano, Modena, Lake Como, Vernazza. Join me next spring in Italy. See you in Portofino, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's the 12 days of savings at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. From December 12th through 24th, every day brings amazing deals. On the first day of savings, Spring Dance gave to me up to $5,000 off a hot spring grandee. On the second day of savings, Spring Dance gave to me new auto ship for all water care with no shipping fee. On the third day of savings, Spring Dance gave to me savings up to $2,500 on our sauna floor model clear-out sale. The 12 days of savings only at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Visit springdancehottubs.com for more deals.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos? Starting now, radio listeners get access to our best last-minute holiday deals from Legacy Box. Get your family's videotapes converted for just $9 and photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents each, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of old media. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. It's the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. Take advantage of this exclusive last-minute holiday offer from Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost hundreds of dollars? We don't think so.
TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com to get your free insurance benefits check and see your eligibility in minutes. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I've gone from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get started right now with your free insurance benefits check and see your eligibility for coverage in minutes at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Albert the Great Church on Welsh Road in Huntington Valley, Saturday, January 11th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
.701, it is Kayal and Company as we continue hour number 2 here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. Tony Bruno live from Florida. And you thought there would be slow days post-election? Remember we were all taking the victory laps and then we were analyzing Trump's nominations. Now we're talking about drones, killers with six-packs. Never a slow day here. Never a slow day. We'll get to the Time Person of the Year and the finalists. Can Donald Trump be the third president to win it for a second time? That's coming up in just a little bit. Plus your calls if you want to jump in at 855-839-1210. Also, we have to get to the Newsmax story hopefully at some point. And the list of banned words in Iowa in a school that fire.org is talking about, which I also believe they're based here in Philadelphia, if I recall correctly. So a very interesting story when it comes to, I think, free speech, and we'll have a conversation on that hopefully at some point as well. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
Yes, good morning. This Wednesday morning, December 11th, we are sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union in Kayal and Company News Live this morning. So it's out, the final report of findings and recommendations report. This is by the task force looking into the failures with regard to the attempted assassination of Donald J. Trump, Butler, Pennsylvania. There were 2 different reports, but this on the assassination attempts, but the one here in Butler, J13th, that was the most concerning. And that's what this one focuses on, highlighting the significant failures in the planning, execution, leadership of the Secret Service and its law enforcement partners. Task force approving a report that also proposes 37 actionable different recommendations related both to the security failures on July 13th and then to the overall structural changes that they want to see to strengthen the Secret Service. So this is something that they're putting forth a recommendation to Congress and change these, basically strengthen and change security measures and who actually oversees the Secret Service. So we could see massive structural changes within the Secret Service as a result of this. But the big headline that they said was how the Biden administration, DOJ, is not cooperating, and they gave them until December 13th, until this Friday, to get everything that they need.
Isn't it amazing that you could see you're going to see resistance and pushback to a president that almost died? Yet Biden, so based on what you said, Biden and the DOJ providing a little bit of a tussle here. Yet you actually had the audacity to pick up the phone and call Trump to ask if he's okay. Remember, I said I would not have taken that phone call. That was just me, though.
It was, it was nice, to be honest. I thought
I don't
it was
know.
a
Somebody
nice
calls me
moment.
Hitler and then I get shot. I don't know that I want to take the call. That's just me, though.
So in this one, so we expect to see that, and so the task force submitting these different member views, they'll all be incorporated, and we'll get a final report, and it's all online so that the public can see what they have so far. But they have a resolution approved unanimously by the U.S. House of Representatives, and that was to require the task force to produce the final report, and that's due December 13th. That's why they're still saying, DOJ, you need to cough up this information.
Yeah.
As far as, the Biden administration and the Department of Justice, what they're hiding behind is they're saying, well, we still, some of this information is sensitive information. This could compromise our investigation, national security, etc. But as far as the task force members, they say they're not buying that. That's not acceptable.
What investigation is left to be done on this? The guy is dead. He's been cremated. I mean, unless you're telling me you're going to tell us what's on that encrypted device. By the way, why is nobody demanding details? I mean, I know people have talked about this the last couple of days. I know more about Luigi than I do Thomas Matthew Crooks.
Well, and that's just it, Nick. They demanded at least more information on those encrypted devices and the banking and so on, and they still don't have all of that. That's part of their complaint. So, and they're also recommending to Congress overall to say that when these task force are put into place, bipartisan task force put in place by Congress. They want to put in stiffer laws that no matter who's in power, DOJ would be forced to reveal this.
So with this task force, it's Jason Crow, who's a Democrat from Colorado, and Mike Kelly, who's a Republican from
here in Pennsylvania.
Here in Pennsylvania. Yep. So I mean, it is a bipartisan. I was going to play this on the cut sheet, but Phil, can you pull up cut 3 and 4? Let's start with cut 4 here. This is Jason Crow, like I said, a Democrat from Colorado, who on the investigating the Trump assassination attempt, he said the Secret Service had a culture of silence. This was an interview from Face the Nation over the weekend. Roll it, Phil.
The area that I in particular looked at was the culture of the organization, because I was struck by the stories in the recount of the specific actions of officers and agents on the ground that day. And there were some heroic ones, but there were also a lot of examples of people that knew that something was wrong and they didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Wow.
Why didn't anyone say anything? Were they unaware of vulnerabilities, or is there a culture of silence where people speaking up get smacked down for doing so?
That is my concern, is that there's a culture of silence and that individual officers and agents are not empowered to say something is wrong.
Congressman Kelly.
So a culture of silence, that's just so great and reassuring to know, because you would think communication should be of the utmost importance when we're talking about protecting the life of somebody that you're paid to guard and protect 24/7.
Yeah.
Culture of silence.
Good. One more here, cut 3. This is Mike Kelly on the investigation. Said there was a lack of professionalism and concern from the. This is focusing more on the Secret Service, obviously. Roll it.
When they morphed them into Homeland Security back in
2001, 2000, whenever it was, they took away their identity and their exclusivity. When you're the best of the best, when you're the elite of the elites, if you lose that, then all of a sudden you just become part of a team. There was a huge mistake back when Homeland came into existence. That's not a criticism because they did what they had to do back then. But I'm telling you, on July 13th, there was a lack of professionalism. There was a lack of concern. There was a lack of coordination. And the ability to communicate is the one thing I'll never understand. You knew you couldn't talk to each other. Why did you go forward?
I want to be really clear that there are plenty of extraordinary agents and officers in the Secret Service, right? And when we talk about a failure of mission, in Butler or any place else, that doesn't mean that 80, 90% of the Secret Service agents aren't phenomenal and dedicated professionals. But there is a systematic problem here. The structure, the personnel, the staffing of the Secret Service hasn't changed in years. At the same time as we are now asking them to do things that they didn't do a decade ago.
So it seems to me that this really became a watered down, and I'm paraphrasing here, a watered down operation and a lackluster production over the last 23 years since the Department of Homeland Security was created post 9/11.
I think it's more than watered down. I think that the analogy I would draw is that it's much like in the media where corporations bought up the media and to make it symmetric across the nation, and you take away the identity, let's say, of local stations, local news.
Yep.
Everybody's supposed to look the same, sound the same,
Too
dress
homogenized.
the same.
Yep.
And they lose their identity and their pride, their local pride, if you will. I mean, that's my analogy, like for my career. But I think that this is a great point that's constructive criticism to say that after 9/11, when they created Homeland Security, obviously this was kind of collateral damage, if you will, that they did that. But it sounds like from reading the report, what they're recommending is to put them back as that elite force and put the Secret Service back where they're not under that big umbrella where they're kind of lost.
Yeah. And towards the end there with the guy on the right, when he jumped back in again and said 80, 90% are some of the best of the best, it seems to me that you do have some that are not meeting the standard. We saw the female that was clearly physically overmatched in the heat of battle. But also it seems like they've added duties and responsibilities. So if you're lowering your talent base but adding responsibility, that seems like a recipe for disaster for those who are intended to be protected, i.e. Donald Trump.
Yeah, so, and I know that we'll continue to get more as this comes out, but it's a huge story, obviously, for us here in Pennsylvania and nationally, looking at the Secret Service and how they're going to rework it so that the bottom line was this was a 100% preventable situation. The assassination attempt on Donald J. Trump. That was what they wrote in the report, that this was 100% preventable. It never should have happened. It never should happen again.
Isn't it wild how we, as the state of Pennsylvania, have been the epicenter for so much this year?
I know.
Right? Pennsylvania was going to determine the election. Trump was shot in Pennsylvania. Luigi Mangione was caught in Pennsylvania. It's like we have been like ground zero for almost every big story in the news.
Speaking of Pennsylvania, we are the first state with a new law that cracks down on AI-generated child sexual abuse material by outlawing the distribution of those pornographic deep fakes. And so deep fakes, images, videos, even audio generated by artificial intelligence tools to depict both real and non-existent people. But in this one, Pennsylvania, and we've been following this story because we are the first. I know that Senator Ted Cruz in Texas, he has proposed such a law nationally, not just statewide, but for Pennsylvania, we now have this first state law. And the problem here is we're hearing more and more about teenagers, particularly teenage girls, but not all. And we had some teachers, adults actually. Remember, we talked about this last summer. But for children or for teenagers, sometimes it's a prank. Sometimes it's these sicko, pedophiles doing it. But sometimes it's a prank at school.
Yep.
And they're saying no matter what, even if it's kids, teenagers doing a prank, taking a teenage girl's face, let's say, and putting a nude, body and putting it together and doing this with porn, and people think that they're doing this sex act, and of course they're like a 14-year-old, and it's disturbing and it's a form of bullying. But at this point, even if kids are doing a prank, there are stiff sentences. They could get in huge trouble.
Wow, that's
for
very
doing
interesting.
this.
Yeah, even as minors.
Yeah.
Okay.
So kudos to locally. This is State Senator Tracy Pennycook, a Republican from Berks and Montgomery counties. She was one of the sponsors of the bill, and we've been talking about this a lot. And our friend DA, Montgo DA, Kevin Steele.
Kevin Steele, yeah.
Yeah, so he was pushing for this because it's important, particularly because these sexual deepfakes with children, non-consenting adults, it's obviously it's combating the issue of these sicko pedophiles.
I think you should head up the task force,
I know.
Dawn. I mean, as Greg has said, you see pedophiles around every corner.
I know. It's just
You would be nabbing everybody. you would end that entire industry.
100%.
Yep.
100%. And that's why it's a sin that we have, we had the FBI all this time. And if you look at the FBI sites, they still have J6. Do you realize that?
What do you mean on sites?
On the FBI website, they still
Well,
up
like
until this week,
most wanted list or
most
something?
wanted list
Is
and
that right?
J6 obsession, and yet we have all these pedophiles, human traffickers, all these other crimes.
Well, maybe
What
Cash Patel will update the website on
I should
January
hope.
21st.
Crying out loud.
Give it a rebranding, a little refreshing.
We've been talking this morning here on Kayal Company about all of the new details being released, and once again, Pennsylvania front and center. But in this case, new details about a possible motive in the assassination of the UHC, the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, suspect charged, as we've been as you well know by now, with Thompson's murder in fighting. He is fighting extradition to New York. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione appeared here in Pennsylvania at a courthouse, a Blair County courthouse, orange jumpsuit, cuffed yesterday, yelling out, completely out of touch, an insult to the intelligence of the American people. We learned first of all, we learned he has an attorney, Thomas Dickey. We learned that he plans to fight for a bail hearing. We learned he's fighting extradition. We learned he is pleading not guilty to all of these different charges of second-degree murder, 2 counts of criminal possession of a weapon in the second degree, criminal possession of a forged instrument, and criminal possession of a weapon in the third degree. So all kinds of charges.
Yeah.
He'll plead not guilty. Ivy League graduate from UPenn, discovered in Altoona, Pennsylvania. And in part, they're releasing more information about this so-called manifesto, these handwritten documents having ill will toward corporate America, thinking he would be some kind of a hero in a symbolic takedown of the alleged corruption, with all of these people who have power over us and our health care.
John Fetterman said, quote, in regards to Luigi, he's the a-hole that's going to die in prison. Congratulations if you want to celebrate that. Exactly. A sewer is going to sewer. That's what social media is all about.
John Fetterman from downtown. Wow.
John Fetterman, based.
Love it.
Boom. There it is.
Unbelievable. By the way, there's a lot of speculation and controversy over something that I don't understand why it's controversial or why it's even an issue. You mentioned his lawyer that has been retained here.
Yes.
Nobody seems to be able to verify whether or not it's court appointed or the wealthy family is paying for the representation. And remember, they have all the resources in the world. I find it hard to believe that he would be getting a public defender, but that has not been confirmed. I saw that story last night, and I'm like, I thought that had to be public knowledge, right? Once you have counsel, if it's court appointed, the jurisdiction in which you are gaining that representation from has to declare that he's represented by the state. I thought that was odd in the news last night.
Well, I think that in this case, it doesn't matter if you have the right to have a court-appointed lawyer if you can't quickly get one.
Yes.
So I think that's a piece of it. He looked like a guy who they were saying, like, who can we get? You know, he was just kind of thrust into the situation.
Mm-hmm.
But I suspect that perhaps the family will get a different lawyer once he gets to New York.
Yep. Yeah, I'm surprised Mark Garagos hasn't decided to take the case pro bono.
But the other issue with this is that in this case, the family of the victim here, the two sons and the wife, certainly if he has a trust fund, he'll never see that money.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that goes. Perhaps the family, moved over money or whatever, and he's not going to get his trust fund. I have no idea.
I have an idea where the trust fund money can go. Brian Thompson's children.
That's what I just said.
How about that?
Yeah, that's so I would imagine that if he has that trust fund, or if anybody donates to a GoFundMe or any money associated with him, it will no doubt go to his grieving sons and widow.
I have a little excerpt from his manifesto. Do you want me to read that, or should we move on from this creep? Because I know we are up against it somewhat.
Why don't you give your sponsor and then you read it?
All right.
Okay, here we go. That in a moment, and also we have to get to the reward money and who gets that. That's another story.
60 grand, right?
It was up. I thought
10.
It was like 10.
It was 60,
It was 10 NYPD and it was 50 FBI.
Okay.
Oh. See,
Good.
that's why Dawn here to correct us.
Well, then speaking of money, if that Mickey D's individual ever does get the 60 grand, maybe you want to make sure that you buy a home, maybe even turn to American Heritage Credit Union, our sponsor. Ready to buy a home with American Heritage Credit Union's Home Connection. Get cash rewards, lower mortgage rates, and discounts. Just visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection. Insured by NCUA, not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union, on this day of heavy rain, high winds. Drive safely. Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. To wrap up here, I'll just give you, this is an excerpt from his manifesto. This is Six Pack Luigi, we'll call him for now on the show. I'm going to copyright that. Nobody steal that. Six Pack Luigi, that's his new name. He says, quote,
how about Worm Food Luigi?
That works as well. You can use that one. Sorry. Yeah, get the trademark, get the little TM next to it. Boom.
Allegedly.
Yeah. By the way, $60,000. You get a lot of McRibs for that.
Absolutely.
Just saying. To the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife or trauma, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites had it coming. A reminder, the U.S. has the number 1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank number 42 in life expectancy.
It appears to me that, because I know there was speculation that he did this because of something that happened to a family member. It appears to me that he did this because of a claim or whatever that he was denied because of the
back,
the screws in his back.
Mm-hmm.
So he was just being a selfish a-hole.
Yes.
He wasn't really doing this for a family member. It
Yes.
was all because of him. I couldn't have sex and I couldn't do this because I have screws in my back.
Yeah.
Ugh.
He allowed his disdain for one of the institutions in this country to resort to something that none of us should ever do. He goes on to say United is the largest company in the U.S. by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, and Walmart. It has grown and grown, but has our life expectancy? No. The reality is it's indecipherable what he scribbled here, have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. But many have illuminated the corruption and greed. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty. That is an excerpt from the manifesto of Worm Food Mangione.
I think it shows you that I know we touched on this yesterday, but the mental health crisis in this country, it knows no bounds.
Yep.
That this, there's more information even out of Baltimore, Maryland, where his family is just beloved.
Mm-hmm.
And they are known for their philanthropy. They're, everybody just loves and adores this big loving family. He was known as this brilliant whiz kid, and everybody's just trying to wrap their brain around this.
Mm-hmm.
This is such a tragedy. But to me, I think it's more about, obviously, he allegedly, and I know he's pleading not guilty, but this is a situation where somebody just lost it. It came out yesterday from his friends. They were saying that he was trying to self-medicate his back pain.
Oh,
and
Soccer, you talked about it with the pills.
He was doing psychedelics and mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now let's not blame psychedelics and mushrooms. Okay? Let's not go too far. Come on. What's wrong with you guys?
Oh, man. Oh, that's a good way to wrap. 855-839-1210. We'll come back and we will get to, before the cut sheet, the Time Person of the Year. I don't see how it's not Donald Trump, but we'll talk about it as we continue. And right now, the Piazza Auto Group is continuing for, let me see here, another 5 days. That's right, because this holiday season, it's a great time to give back. And our friends at Piazza are doing just that for the next 5 days, now through December 16th. The Piazza dealerships are collecting new unwrapped toys in partnership with the Salvation Army. If you'd like to donate to a child in need, visit your local Piazza showroom, drop off a toy in one of their donation bins, and their sales and service team will be happy to assist you with any of your automotive needs, should you have any, during your charitable visit. For info or more details, go to piazzaautogroup.com. They thank you for your support, and they wish you a happy holiday.
Looking for that unique gift or hard-to-find collectible? Look no further than Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys. Nicholas Smith has over 60,000 items for you to shop at both nicholassmithtrains.com and nicholassmithtoys.com. But come into the store on Westchester Pike Broomall and get lost in old and new technology. Pretend play, RC and slot cars, Western play, Madame Alexander dolls, mechanical robots, superhero action figures, Playmobil, Lego, Disney, and much, much more. Right off the Blue Route, visit Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys this holiday or any day.
You're a winner this winter when you play Borgata's Winning Wonderland. From now through December 28th, earn entries in slot and table games for your stake in over $1 million in prizes, including 2 2025 Land Rover Range Rovers, each valued at over $150,000. Drawings take place every Saturday with grand prize drawings on November 30th and December 28th. For details, visit theborgata.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Right now, save 50% on all window styles, plus a bonus 10% off and 0 interest for 6 years. Hurry, sale ends December 31st. Call Window Nation today to schedule your fast, free in-home estimate or visit windownation.com.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. When sending a package, why venture outside? Ship with USPS for a true holiday ride. Want to stay cozy and warm? There's no need to roam. With free package pickup and labels printed from home. We have over 600,000 employees always in motion. And before you know it, your gift has delivered emotion. Spread the holiday joy this season with USPS's enhanced network. Learn more at USPS.com/holidayride.
Hi, it's John Ashow, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. I've got great news to wrap up your year in style. It's our Naughty and Nice sales event this December, and no matter what list you're on, we've got a gift for you. Been a little naughty and having credit issues? No worries, we can get you approved today, even if the Grinch told you no. Owe too much on your current vehicle? We'll turn that frown upside down and have you feeling nice again this holiday season with the highest trade-in values in the region. Driving a sled? I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. Colonial Hyundai has over 200 vehicles to choose from. Whether it's the sporty Elantra, versatile Tucson, or the groundbreaking Ioniq 5, we've got the perfect car for you, and only Colonial is offering 0% financing or up to $8,000 in holiday savings. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. But hurry in, this event lasts only through New Year's Day. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Offers cannot be combined. See store for full details. 0% on new 2024 Ioniq 5 on credit approval through HMFUSA. Offer ends 1/1/25.
For the area's finest dining experience with fabulous cuisine, extensive wine list, and waterfront views of the Philly skyline, visit the River Winds Restaurant in West Deptford, New Jersey. Enjoy entrees that feature certified Black Angus steaks and the freshest seafood while overlooking the Delaware River. River Winds can host your next special event. They'll plan your holiday party, family gathering, or corporate meeting in one of their newly renovated waterfront rooms, each with a private deck. For an incredible dining experience or special event, theriverwindsrestaurant.com.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. Kayal and Company, 7:32 as we continue on this rainy, drizzly, dreary Wednesday. Tony Bruno 1 hour from now. I've already seen Bruno active on Twitter, so he's in the bullpen. Wouldn't be surprised if he's in the YouTube chat right now. Cut sheet in just about 15-20 minutes. And, of course, another chance for you to secure and score how about this for like a little holiday stocking stuffer? $50 gift card. Yeah. Metro Diner.
Yeah.
They still do stocking stuffers, or was that canceled? Was that offensive to somebody? I don't know. You can get one of those coming up at 9:20 if you know your presidential trivia. 855-839-1210. Let's get to the conversation as we now have the 10 finalists for the Time, what used to be Man of the Year, now in a more inclusive world, to be the Time Person of the Year. And here is the short list for 2024. All right, in no specific order other than the way they are listed on Time.com, you have Kamala Harris, you have Kate Middleton, the Princess of Wales, you have Elon Musk, you have...
Wait, hang on. Let's slow down a second here, okay? Let's start over. Thank you.
Okay. You want to go, I was just going to go, we could have commentary after I give the list real quick. I was just going to rip off the names real quick.
Thank you.
Kamala Harris, Kate Middleton, Elon Musk, Yulia Navalnaya, Russian economist, and she's got no shot. Benjamin Netanyahu, all right, so we got BB there.
BB.
Jerome Powell from the Fed. Joe Rogan, no explanation needed. Claudia Sheinbaum, Donald Trump, and Mark Zuckerberg. All right. So there's a couple of things that I would say were just off this list right off the top. Kamala Harris has no chance. Zero chance. You can't lose the popular vote and then be the Time Person of the Year. I just see no way that could possibly happen. And for context, let me just say, the last 5, if this matters, just so you can kind of get your brain around the way Time has been thinking in the last half decade. Taylor Swift won it last year. I would not have voted that way. Zelensky in 2022, I would not have voted that way. Elon Musk won it in 2021. Joe and Kamala won it collectively in 2020. And then climate kook Greta Thunberg won it in 2019. For the purposes of Trump won it in 2016. And I wanted to see 2 things. Has a president ever won it twice?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes. Obama won it in 2012 and in 2008. And George W. Bush won it in 2004 and also in 2000. Some other notables that just popped out to me that I highlighted. Rudy Giuliani in 2001, probably because of 9/11. Jeff Bezos, he won it in 1999. Ted Turner won it in 1991. And then the other question I had for Phil as he was printing this off for me, I wanted to know if any president that was either shot or shot and killed, i.e. Reagan, JFK, if they won it. Reagan won it in 1983. JFK, and I was wondering if he won it after he was killed. He did not win it. I don't see a way, especially knowing that Trump has won it before, so there's not this pretext of bias against him because he won it 8 years ago. I don't understand how you could win the popular vote, win in what is about as close to a landslide as we can have in elections these days, considering landslides really don't exist, be shot in the head, be prosecuted, indicted, arrested, mugshots. I mean, what this guy has dealt with for the last 18 and a half months is absurd. How does this guy not win it? Dawn, would you say that he should be?
Of course.
Well, okay. Do you think,
of course.
In Time's eyes, do you think he's the odds-on favorite? Who else on this list?
Elon Musk is going to win.
He's won it already.
Probably Elon.
But he's now persona non grata.
Oh, I mean, it doesn't.
Right?
It doesn't.
Think about
honestly, it doesn't matter for them. I mean,
you don't think so?
Hitler won, right?
Yeah,
that's correct.
1 year. So
that's correct.
They don't. I just think they. Is it a voting thing? Is that how they do it?
I don't know specifically, and I've looked to see how this is. I don't know if it's a board.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is like 25 people sitting in a conference room. I don't know how they arrive at this conclusion. I do know that Caitlin Clark ended up winning the Time 2024 Athlete of the Year, which is very interesting that she won it because she was dealing with a lot of pushback for being a white girl in a typically black and lesbian-dominated sport.
Now, they might do – here's the thing. You never know how they're going to go with this, but they might – because remember they love to do like Taylor Swift because they want to get a certain demographic.
Okay.
So Princess Kate, I can see why they put her on there because she just survived cancer.
Yep.
And so she might be the one. I'm going to change my
Can we scratch
theory.
Can we scratch off Jerome Powell? I mean, first of all, does Jerome Powell need to be on the list?
Well, I mean, the Fed dropping the interest rate was huge news at the time.
Yeah.
But
I would argue that it's going to come down to either Kate Middleton, and Zuckerberg won it like 15 years ago. I don't think he's going to win it.
How about Rogan?
To me, it's Trump, Rogan, or Dawn just said Kate Middleton. Those would be my top 3 if I was giving odds on these.
I think, it could be Rogan because he has such a huge following. But I also think with Princess Kate, that would be a little surprise.
Mm-hmm.
They like to have a female that they haven't really publicized her cancer battle.
Yeah.
Right.
So that would probably, I think it could be Rogan or it could be Princess Kate.
See, I would argue Elon Musk has been more influential in the last year than Rogan.
Of course.
But he won it 3 years ago, and he won it before he aligned himself with Twitter, with Trump, with free speech. I mean, if you were to look at Elon Musk's body of work and where he stood from a social standpoint, a political standpoint, a cultural standpoint, you can make the case that Elon Musk, according to the left, he went from being like the say your prayers, take your vitamins Hulk Hogan to the NWO Hulk Hogan. In 3 years. If you're a wrestling fan, he went from being a good guy to being a bad guy. So I'm going to rule him out. I don't think they'll vote for him that way. So he's off the list.
Yeah.
Rogan, I don't dispute his place in the podcast world. I think for the 5th straight year, according to Time, he's got the #1 podcast in the country. But are they really going to give it to a podcaster, with all due respect to podcasts, and, of course, Joe Rogan?
Well, I mean,
I don't see that.
The theme has been that this was the podcast election. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So
to which Trump took
The
advantage
new
of.
media.
Yeah. I mean, look, I could see Dawn has a very, very, very hot take with the Kate Middleton thing, because she's correct that they do try, and last year with Taylor Swift, they do try and reach out to new demos. And the Kate Middleton story is a sweet story, tragedy, awful, and her overcoming it. I think that is a good. If it's not going to be Musk or Trump, I think it's going to be her.
Okay.
But I'm still going with Elon Musk.
Unbelievable.
Because I can't see. I mean, literally, him aligning himself with Trump after the assassination, in my opinion, changed the whole trajectory of the election.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, we were breaking it down. I mean, Trump was willing to go on, and he did 3 hours. Kamala Harris had too many rules and regulations before she would adhere and accept the invitation. She never went on. Think about it. You're right. Maybe it was the podcast election. She decided to do what was the
Call her daddy.
Call her daddy.
Yeah. I mean, that's a big podcast. It's right up there with Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So you can't discount her going on that podcast. I mean, it didn't work for her, but yeah, I do think that if you're looking at the quote unquote podcast election, then Joe Rogan would be. I just can't. I don't know. Time giving it to Joe Rogan.
Yeah, it seems a little off. I'm gonna not to pander. I'm just gonna go with the whole again. I can't get past the fact that you could be shot in the head and survive and get up and give that iconic fist pump with blood pouring down your face and not win that, right?
Yep.
Like wasn't he
Agreed.
wasn't he on the cover of Time's weekly or monthly publication after the assassination attempt? I think he was. I think that iconic picture was on the cover of the magazine.
All right, guys. Since the three of us are all kind of on different pages with this, why don't we do this? Whoever $20 to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Okay.
So Dawn has Kate Middleton. I'll take Elon Musk, and you're taking Trump.
I'm taking Trump.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Wait, nobody took Rogan?
No.
Huh.
Stalker's going with Musk. Or are you going Rogan?
No. I'm going Musk.
Okay.
You're going Elon.
Yep.
Okay.
And you're going.
I'm gonna do Princess Kate.
Does anybody want to take? Does anybody want to take Rogan?
Because I think Rogan.
Phil, you want to take Rogan?
Somebody want to take?
Raise your hand in the
Dan
back.
Borowski.
Phil, hop on the microphone. Do you want to take Rogan for $20?
Because that one might win. I think it's Kate or Rogan.
Okay.
It should be Trump. Don't get me wrong. It 100% should be Trump.
But you don't think it will be.
But I think they want to avoid Trump. I think they'd love to avoid Elon.
See, I would disagree with that. They want to avoid him. Trump's never been more popular, mainstream, or accepted. Like, I can't sit there, and I don't know, again, how the process works, but if I was in, like, a boardroom with people and somebody said, I want to avoid him, I would say, well, America just chose him overwhelmingly in the popular vote. I don't think you should be concerned with the blowback because he's never been more celebrated. I mean, have you to say to all these people in that boardroom that, are involved in the time process, I'd be like, have you been on social media? Have you seen the people dancing around the holidays doing the Trump shimmy? I don't think we're going to get the same blowback we would have gotten 4 years ago to perhaps picking Donald Trump.
And it was the August cover of Time magazine was the
I thought I saw
iconic image of Trump with his fist up.
So you could be right, Kale.
I'm going to go Trump.
I hope that, Nick, I hope you're right.
I mean, it doesn't really matter to me one way or the other. I couldn't care less. But when you look at however they formulate this, like what your contributions are to society, what you did that stood out. I mean, who has had a more interesting life, for better or worse, than Donald Trump in the last 2 calendar years?
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't had a slow day.
I know. I agree. There's already a Trump effect. He's not even president yet, and some days I forget because it's like you don't see Biden doing anything anywhere, and then all you see is Trump already, and overseas he's already having the effect.
Yeah.
So we 100% Time should make Trump the person of the year.
Okay.
I would make him he should be the person of the decade.
The person of the millennial.
Yes.
Dawn thinks he should be the person
I
of the
do.
century. Forever.
Yes.
Should just be
Through
Trump all the
eternity.
time.
Put him on the $1 bill and get rid of George Washington, that old hack.
Doesn't Trump have a fake picture of himself hanging on from Time magazine? I think he does. Phil, your mic's on. Do you want to take Rogan for 20?
Absolutely. I'll take Joe for 20.
Okay.
Well, he knows he can't take the Jets
Thanks,
for
Phil.
20. That would be a waste. So
All right,
take
okay.
something better chance to pay out.
Writing this down here. So Phil has. Are you good for this cash, Phil?
Are you kidding me?
I work for you, so yes.
The guy flies to Arizona Cardinal and Jaguar games on the road to watch the Jets. Yeah, he's good for $20.
Actually, I should be asking Stensland because you've welched on more bets than anybody.
I've not
Of
welched.
course you have. How dare you?
Have not.
How dare you?
Well, you should be more concerned about me because tonight is our weekly Kale Financial Summit Crisis meeting at the dining room table. I've got a lot to say on this week's agenda.
Do you like...
He's cutting chapstick.
That's
on
right.
The family
That's
budget.
out of the budget.
Oh, God.
Gone.
Yesterday, if you were not with us in the 9 o'clock hour...
Oh, my gosh.
With the chapstick conversation, you missed a lot.
That was
right.
so funny.
Kale has a weird thing against chapstick.
A
with
weird
men.
thing about every
all right, Kale has Trump.
He has Trump.
You have Kate. Dawn
Princess
Stensland has
Kate.
Kate. I have Musk. Phil, you can take Joe Rogan. $20. So what...
And Jimmy Kelly, you get Jerome Powell. I just want to be inclusive to the whole
No, I
show.
get
Yeah,
you.
Jimmy's
I
got
get you.
Jerome
I
for a
get
5 spot.
I got you.
All right, we'll come back and we will get to what's on the cut sheet after this phone call. Let's chat to our buddy Lenny in Pittman, who's back with more New Jersey drone talk.
Yeah.
Hello, Leonard.
Good morning, people. I just find it ironic that this incompetent governor will come forward the day after Trump is elected and said he will fight to the death if Trump comes here to try to get illegal immigrants out of here. But yet he comes on TV and says, oh, there's nothing to be alarmed about. It's just transitory. Just turn the page, and it's not a big deal. But yet he's having a meeting about it. How incompetent is that?
It does not appear to be a threat to anybody's safety.
No, he's not. The only thing that's a threat is his looks. He is not a handsome man.
You don't like
Let me tell you something.
Lenny, you don't like the red eyeglasses with the beeswax chapsticks?
You know what it is? What does it hit with people like him, Pelosi? Don't they have dental plans? He always seems to be adjusting his teeth or something. I don't get it.
And is that a rug or is that hair plugs? What does he have up there?
It's a great point, too, Lenny, because you think about it. With all the money Nancy Pelosi has made on the stock market, well, it's not allegedly. She has made money. The question is how she made it. You think you would be able to get better adhesive for the dentures at this point, right?
Yep.
I don't know.
So the reason I wanted to take Lenny's call before the break is because we have Representative Chris Smith and we have senior FBI officials all weighing in on this mysterious drone situation happening in New Jersey and Pennsylvania as well, right?
Yeah,
I mean, we can say it's in Pennsylvania too.
Yes.
So We'll get to that first up on the cut sheet next.
All right. Drones on the cut sheet, as we will no longer drone on this segment because we have bills to pay. 7 o'clock hour, by the way, is brought to you by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. The secret to finishing your holiday shopping with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com. What's on the cut sheet? Next on 1210 WPHT.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/rain to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/rain. That's leaffilter.com/rain.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyoutrealestate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves. Got some advice from our helpful elves. Oh, so many gifts to explore when you go to Total Wine and more. Bottles so delightful, whoa. Priced so amazingly low.
Curbside pickup available and the lowest prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
This year, American farmers will harvest 2.8 billion bushels of wheat and 15.1 billion bushels of corn. And to this day, American road workers have built 4.2 million miles of roads and counting. We're proud that John Deere machines rolling off the line here in the USA play a part in supporting Americans who work the land and build a better tomorrow. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/manufacturing.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
I lost that love before. Got mad and closed the door. But you said, child, just once more. I chose you for the one. Now we're having so much fun.
Always having fun on a Wednesday morning on Kayal and Company. The fun will continue in about 37 minutes when Tony Bruno joins us for his weekly appearance every Wednesday at 8:30, live from Florida. Also still ahead this morning, we'll try to get to the banned words list as an Iowa social studies teacher bans students and adds to the list of banned words. And the latest word to be banned, the state of Ohio. OHIO.
Wait a minute.
Cannot say the word Ohio.
Now you've piqued my curiosity. You cannot, in this class, you can't say Ohio?
That is correct.
That's been banned.
This teacher's probably a disgruntled Big Ten football fan that hates the Buckeyes.
Because of the Haitians?
No, but it is in reference to another event in the history of civilization.
Ohio.
Yeah. So we'll give you his absurd rationale.
By the way,
we'll shred that.
Can I just say that's the tease of all teases, by the way.
Yeah.
I've gone away from the YouTube chat and then come back, or the YouTube page and come back, and it's not in my algorithm.
Oh.
So if you haven't done so yet, everybody watching, please hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, because I feel like we're being banned, throttled, whatever again.
Interesting.
I hate when that happens.
So this show can be pulled down, but negative reviews at a McDonald's in Altoona can stay up because people are sick.
It's not being pulled down. It's just that you have to actually type it in to find it. And usually it's in my queue.
Uh-huh.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
My YouTube queue?
Yep.
So when I toggle away from it onto something else, it's not...
What a pain.
What a disaster.
I don't know if I'm going to do a big three today, but Trump announced Kimberly Guilfoyle to serve as ambassador to Greece. So I would have put that in a big... I don't know if we have Bruno today.
Well...
ambassador to Greece.
They want her out of the country, right? Because Don Jr. is with...
yeah, did you see the new...
Yeah, Don Jr. with a new female...
lovely lady.
Socialite.
Yeah.
Worst kept secret in Palm Beach.
Do you think Don Jr. went and said, Dad, get her out of the
Dad, please.
Get her out of the country for me.
Yeah.
And what's the name of the new female?
Socialite. I saw the picture. She's much younger.
He should have brought her to Pints and Politics.
She's much younger. She's very tall, skinny,
looks
leggy.
Looks nothing like Kimberly Guilfoyle.
But she looks like a Trump.
Okay, a Trump.
She's got the Trump
type,
look, like
so
the
blonde and tan and
long legs, tall, very tall.
Yep. Bettina Anderson is her name. She's a Palm Beach socialite. So.
Yeah, look, I mean, if I could get a Palm Beach socialite, I'd be doing the same thing. But I'm stuck in Bluebell, married with children.
But they're in they were at an event together.
Yeah.
And I'll send that to Phil.
Yeah, we should do a
So you can
video.
see the picture.
You want to do a picture breakdown later in the show? The audience loves when we break down tape on this show.
Do they?
Yeah, they do.
Do they?
They loved the Nancy May stuff yesterday.
Oh yeah, they loved it.
They loved themselves on Little Nance.
They loved it.
All right.
Nancy Mace is also in the headlines. I was saving that for the big three.
Oh,
did you see this?
Good. Yes. Well, no, I did not.
Why don't you save it?
Okay,
we'll get to a big three.
Yeah, we'll bag Bruno. We'll keep Bruno short today.
Bag him. I'll
get him out of here at 9 o'clock.
I'll do a big blurt out.
Bag Bruno.
He can hang. He can hang into the big three with us.
All right. Let's get to a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut
cut sheet on this. What's today? Wednesday. Brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Relationships really do matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. All right, I was going to start. I'll get to the drones in New Jersey in 1 second, but since we were talking about Time Magazine, let me do the Caitlin Clark thing.
Yeah.
So she was named Time Magazine's Athlete of the Year.
That's right.
But she says that she has white privilege.
Oh, no. I would have said, you know what, Angel Reese? That's right, I won the damn award.
She says the WNBA is built off black players. Clark says she's earned her success, but says she has privilege because she's white. So a little self-flagellating, self-flogging for Ms. Clark, because she's white.
I guess that ends the. I wonder if she's a MAGA supporter.
Roll it. Well, I mean, she said she hasn't, or she isn't.
I feel like so much has happened over the course of last year, from when I started my last college season and not knowing if that would actually be my last season, whether I was deciding to come back to college or turn pro, and now sitting here like I'm done with my first professional season, and so much has happened. And whether it was, making the national championship game or getting the Fever back to the playoffs since 2016, there's just a lot to be proud of. And it all happened so fast, like it's hard to appreciate in the moment and kind of understand in the moment, but it's been fun to reflect on. I'm definitely more aware of signs than people think I am, and I think it's something really cool to look around before the game and see, young girls, young boys, and the signs that they're holding. So I think for me, the coolest ones are the signs that are, I traveled this far, I got this as my birthday present, or whatever it is. Like the young girls, it's like families or parents or friends or whoever it is are spending a lot of time and money to travel all this way just to have an opportunity to spend 2 hours watching me play basketball. It kind of puts everything into perspective. So I would say I really love those. Best concert, I would say Taylor Swift, and I wasn't even a Swiftie before going, but I think after seeing like the way she performs for 3 hours straight and the whole production, the outfits she wears, the way she doesn't stop singing, dancing, like it's just incredible. Like you're kind of just in awe after you leave. So maybe I am a full Swiftie now, I guess.
Oh man. God. Gotta get this off.
If I had to pick any outfit that I've worn over the last year, I'd probably pick my draft outfit.
Okay,
that was one we found a day before the draft, and I was like,
what a fluff piece
they actually
this
didn't.
is.
I'm pretty sure they didn't have that set, the jacket and the skirt, in the United States anywhere else.
Maybe
So
she
like,
says it in
obviously
the
we have to
written
wear
thing.
this, and then Prada hadn't dressed anybody, men or women, for the WNBA or NBA, so it was like pretty exciting.
All right, sorry to waste your time for that 2 minutes. I thought it was in there, but apparently it's just in the written piece.
Well, that's fine. She said it. It's a quote. It's out there. I'm not a real staunch believer in this, white privilege thing. I think you earn things. And, like, if you want to sit here and talk about a possible case of white privilege, let's bring up Luigi Mangione, right? I mean, this guy had the world by the you-know-what, everything. He's born and then kaboom, and a grandfather with the media company, the golf course, doctors in the family, wealth, education, a six-pack, the whole bit. Yeah, I'm sure he worked for that six-pack. But the whole white privilege thing with Caitlin Clark, she doesn't really, I don't know her backstory as far as to what her parents do for a living, what community she grew up in. But to me, it's okay, if she grew up with a lot of great access and resources, odds are, her parents worked their tail off, were talented enough to attain it, and achieved it, so you should never feel guilty about any of that. What I don't get, though, is she's not wrong when she says the WNBA was built on black females, because that is the predominant demographic of the league and the sport. But here's the thing, at the end of the day, that everybody still doesn't seem to get their, well, some people do understand, but most people try to give pushback to. Caitlin Clark is not getting the attention she gets and the marketing opportunities because she's white. She's a generational player.
Exactly.
Remember, like, the league has been around for over 3 decades. They've never turned a profit.
Yep.
So she can sit there and say the league was built on black women, but the league has never profited off of black women because they haven't moved the needle in television ratings or advertising revenue. The NBA has subsidized that league for over 30 years. Without the NBA, the WNBA would have folded in 18 months.
So just reading a little bit of this Times piece, as quoted, Clark says she earned her success, but says she has privilege because she's white. Clark says she now wants to help elevate black players. I want to say I've earned every single thing, but as a white person, there is privilege, she said in the Time piece. A lot of those players in the league that have been really good have been black players. This league has kind of been built on them. The more we can appreciate that, highlight that, talk about that, and then continue to have brands and companies invest in those players that have made this league incredible, I think it's very important. I have to continue to try to change that. The more we can elevate black women, that's going to be a beautiful thing.
See, I would have said I don't really care if my competitors or teammates are white or black, gay or straight. I'm just here to win championships and dunk on everybody.
Agreed.
But that's just me. I'm a killer.
All right, let's do the flying drones.
Yeah.
Yes.
In New Jersey.
The big.
Yeah.
Drone.
So let's start with New Jersey Representative Chris Smith. This is cut 12 here, Phil. He says that police officers saw 50 drones come in off the ocean.
Off the ocean? Okay.
Off the ocean.
Now we have
That's crazy.
Origination point where it's coming from.
Roll it, Phil.
So last night I was on the beach in Island State Park in Ocean County with the sheriff. He has been working it every single night. He's got his own tethered drones chronicling. One of his officers 2 nights ago saw 50 drones come in off the ocean right there. So we thought maybe they'll replicate it. They didn't, but we thought it was a possibility. Last night we had a number of other people there, including a commanding officer from the Coast Guard, who said that one of their 47-foot motor lifeboats was followed by between 12 and 30 of these drones as they went through the water, followed right behind them.
Wow.
Wow, so we have a fleet, we have a cavalry. So either
That's
these
crazy.
are, here's what I come away with.
It's foreign.
They're either foreign
100%.
or they're being done intentionally with the appearance of being foreign. I'm not ruling out our own country. I'm not ruling out our own government.
Yeah.
It's definitely not Opelka. It's definitely not Walmart and Amazon. It is some government thing, whether domestic or foreign. It's just a matter of which one it is.
But doesn't it seem as if the only reason it's being investigated now at the top by Homeland Security or DHS or FBI is because residents started
citizen
calling
journalism.
in?
Yep. You're 100% correct.
And that's very concerning.
Yes. And I guess the question for me would be when we go to who's reporting this and documenting this, why is it that it's people with smartphones and social media, and why is it not the mainstream media leading the charge? I know they're talking about it, but where are the journalists in the media?
Are they, though? Because
Who?
6 ABC has done a lot on
Have
it.
they? Okay.
They have.
I'm not saying they're not. I just haven't seen, aside from Fox News and social media, I haven't seen anybody talking about it.
Is CNN and MSNBC, are they doing it?
I haven't seen it. And
Interesting.
I
Not as
monitor all
much.
this crap.
Okay.
Because it's my job.
Hmm.
All right, a little bit more from Representative Chris Smith from New Jersey, saying this is really serious. This is cut 13. Phil, he was on with Martha McCallum, I think last night. Is that the same guy?
Republican Congressman Chris Smith. His constituents have been reporting drone activity over recent days. It's been happening over several weeks. Congressman, good to have you with us. The White House not ruling out anything, not giving us any answers. Neither did this hearing that we just heard some questions in. What is going on here, and when can people expect to get some answers from our leaders?
They should have had them immediately. Last night I was on the beach with Sheriff Mastronardi, and he's doing a magnificent job in trying to ascertain a threat for this. He's the Ocean County Sheriff. Sean Golden's doing the same thing in Monmouth County. So I was there on the beach, and I talked to several people, including a commander for the Coast Guard, who told me that the night before, I was there last night, so 2 nights ago, one of their 47-foot boats, was trailed very closely by more than a dozen of these of these
Stop
drones.
it.
Now that
Stop it.
to me is very, very
that's crazy.
It is crazy. And when you see in the footage there of that one, it looks like, honestly, it looks like some sort of UFO. And I know everybody says, well, UFO, space shuttle, aliens. UFO just meaning unidentified flying object. But why are we automatically of the belief that these are drones? Everybody keeps saying they're drones. Who has came to the conclusion definitively that they're drones? We're just throwing that word out here. Well, they're big drones. They're drones the size of buses and small planes.
Are they drones? Can't we tell?
I don't know. Can we? I'm just going with what the word that everybody uses in all the reports so far.
There's video footage of it. So shouldn't technology be able to zoom in on it and see what it is?
That's what I'm saying, right?
It's one thing to not know where it's coming from. It's another thing to not know what it is.
I know.
Well, it's dark. All you see are the lights.
How about the White House again with nothing to say? Put my board up here. By the way, has the binder been asked? Because I know one of the two answers will be either this.
I'm not going to get beyond that.
Or
I would refer you to the White House counsel.
Yeah.
Chris Ippolito. Yes, what Chris Smith described sounds like an invasion. He's right.
Yeah.
He's 100% right.
And you notice it's all significant things. It's like these government or whatever that type of that boat was that was being trailed. Then there was, what was it, a railroad, Dawn, or a railway you mentioned, something transportation-wise. And then wasn't there one with energy?
Transportation, energy hubs, sensitive areas.
Yeah, so
communication hubs.
They're not flying over Pizza Huts.
Pizza.
All right, let's roll a little bit more of Mr. Smith, please.
just suspicious, provocative, and this could be a foreign power, whether it be Putin, or whether it be Xi Jinping in China, or the Middle East.
China.
We can't rule any of that out.
Yeah, this is incredible.
It's
so
incredible.
a United States Coast Guard boat testified to you that 12 drones were following it in the water in the Atlantic Ocean. Did they tell you anything about the size, what they look like? Were they able to get images? How close were they?
Stop it for a second. Stop it.
They're pretty.
Can't we scramble some fighter jets out there and
I said this
blow these things to Kingdom Come?
This was the same thought I had back when we were talking about the spy balloons. What does it say, and how do you feel as an American knowing these things are just flying over your airspace,
and
your territory?
And we're doing nothing about
it.
Right.
And forget not doing anything. We don't know anything, allegedly.
Same scenario. Where's Mama Zioli?
Yes.
We got to get our ace investigative journalist out.
Yes. Shoot that bad boy down over the beach. Let's go.
Goodness gracious.
All right, Phil, keep going.
Large, and they weren't far off the stern. So it's very, very troubling. I called the Joint Base and talked to the commanding officer there and asked, we know we have the capability within DOD to ascertain where it's coming from, even bring it down. And they have it, but they don't have the, quote, authority to do it.
What, from
so
who? See, this is the question, Congressman. So when you're out over the ocean and you have 12 of them out there, I think, it's a very reasonable question. Why weren't one of those drones trailing the Coast Guard ship shot down over the ocean and grabbed and checked out?
Well, again, the capability to do that in a way that could retrieve what it is and who's doing it, it resides within the DOD. They have it. I've asked the commanding officer to get that authority. I've written Lloyd Austin to ask him to give that authority. I mean, this could be the beginning of something, or it could be nothing. Who knows? But how dare they allow us to live? I just listened to the White House spokeswoman.
Say nothing.
They got nothing to tell us.
Unbelievable.
And we have the capability. And the night before, I was there last night.
Mm-hmm. So this is incredible. This is incredible to me that we're not doing anything about this.
By the way, the assistants. Now he wrote a letter demanding that Lloyd Austin immediately take care of this.
Yep.
Chris Smith, I'm speaking about, wrote the letter. Lloyd Austin, you need to get off your Austin and get moving on this.
Does Lloyd even know this is happening?
No, nobody knows about this.
Nobody even knows where Lloyd is. Probably he's having another colonoscopy.
God, the FBI assistant director admitted that the agency does not know who's behind these unidentified drones that are flying over New Jersey. This is part of the reason that they're saying they should declare some kind of a state of emergency.
All right, here's what we should do. Here's a marketing idea. I know yesterday was the sales day, so this probably won't be heard for another 6 days. But we need to have a Kayal and Company drone watch party.
Oh, boy.
We gather wherever these are. We'll go to Jersey, get mulligans on the line, and we're going to have we're all going to sit outside, put the fire pits on. We'll have some drinks, and we'll watch drones.
Johnny Z, are you listening, buddy?
Let's go.
Open up mulligans. Let's do this, buddy. This is wild. All right, there's just a little bit more of this. This is fascinating, by the way. Are you fascinated by this?
Oh, absolutely.
One of our police officers, again working for Sheriff Mastronardi, chronicled 50 coming from the ocean onto land. 50.
This is
this is really serious stuff.
It's insane. It's like a sci-fi movie, and it could be a hoax, but it's so
No, it's
large,
not a hoax.
the number of them.
There's probably a ship that
it's a foreign entity. It's something that the U.S. knows and understands, or it's some kind of massive hoax with lots of people involved. But whatever it is, we absolutely have to know. So, this lack of answers is absolutely
Martha, there's
really
no way it's
upsetting.
a hoax. We have foreign powers, especially China, Putin,
Absolutely.
Russia, and
we
the
already,
Middle East.
we watched the balloon go across and didn't shoot it down until it was well out over the ocean.
Yeah.
So let's hope we can get it right this time.
It's definitely China.
It's definitely China.
Yep.
Russia's got
Once
too much
again.
on their plate right now with Zelensky and all the money Ukraine keeps getting, another $50 billion loan. By the way, how do I get a loan like that? And what are the terms?
Crazy. Now, two things. So Senator Smith asked Joint Base, McGuire, Dix, Lakehurst, asked the folks there, the officials there, why don't you just shoot these down at Dix? And they said...
Not Dick's Sporting Goods.
And they said at the Joint Base that they are not authorized to shoot down drones, so that they're not authorized. Okay?
They're not. Wait.
So they're asking they're asking for them to get that, to grant that military authorization to shoot down the drones so that they can study them and identify what's going on.
They're not authorized?
Nope.
They're
not
invading our
authorized.
airspace.
They're
They're
not
authorized.
Yeah.
He's Senator Smith is pushing for the authorization, but they said, Senator, we don't have the authorization. The other image I want to give you, because I just picture Chris Christie on the beach, is that
sloppy Chris Christie.
Or not, I said Senator Smith, I apologize, Representative Smith. And Representative Smith and the Ocean County Sheriff, Michael Mastronardi, they actually went to Island Beach State Park and went drone hunting together.
I would love to do that. That's something Bruno would do.
That.
Bruno used to want to be a ghost hunter.
Yeah.
I think Bruno would be a great drone hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine Bruno out there hunting drones.
Isn't there some sort of since the president-elect is in that state?
Yeah.
Can't we do something about it?
Well, and that's the thing. They were hovering over Bedminster, correct, Dawn?
Yes.
Yeah. So
hovering over Bedminster, hovering over highly sensitive areas, military type areas. Yep. So these are sensitive areas. These drones have no business being there. And to your point, imagine if that were an airplane. Some of these are the size of a small airplane.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, especially if it's over Bedminster, if Trump were there,
right,
then they would have the authority. They'd bring in the F-16s and shoot them down.
Well, you would like to think, but then again, we saw July 13th play out. We saw the golf course assassination attempt in September. Would they really shoot down something over Bedminster, or would they wait until the drone drops something on Trump's foot to act?
And then my other question is, what about not just Bedminster? I'd love to know if there are drones over Mar-a-Lago. Are they having this issue in Mar-a-Lago?
I haven't heard anything in the South.
Yeah, it seems to be just New Jersey and parts of Pennsylvania, right?
Huh. Isn't that interesting? You know why? Because I tell you right now, if that happened in Florida, Governor DeSantis would shoot mustard at him.
Well, hang on, guys. That drone that gentleman shot out of the air or tried to shoot out of the air, that was Florida.
Okay.
So,
that's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of drone it was. They said it was, he was being brought up on felony charges. So, obviously, it was some sort of official drone, not just one of those, Amazon drones.
Right.
So, it is happening.
Yeah. And we're wasting our time with taxpayer dollars going after that guy. In Florida, by the way. I would expect this in California, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, but Florida? Really?
Hopefully there's a GoFundMe page for that guy. Quinn, I think is his last name.
Yeah.
This is a senior FBI official says the FBI doesn't know who's operating the New Jersey drones or whether they pose a risk or a national security threat.
Well, this is also the same agency that couldn't explain how Thomas Matthew Crooks got on a roof within 120 yards of Trump. So.
I have no idea.
It was hot.
Roll it.
What is going on in New Jersey?
Please, tell us.
New Jersey.
So, sir, the FBI and our Newark field office, along with the state and local partners there, the Bureau is actively investigating the situation you mentioned, just the unexplained sighting of drone activity over that part of New Jersey, including proximity to sensitive sites and areas of concern. So we do not attribute that to an individual or a group yet. We're investigating, but I don't have an answer of who's responsible for that, of one or more people that are responsible for those drone flights. But we're actively investigating. What the Bureau has done to aid our state and local partners.
Stop it for a second. Can I ask a question?
Generally,
why is it that I know I can be sitting here at 8:18 with you two, and I know if somebody comes 6 feet from my house, alarms start going off on my phone.
Thank you.
I know that, but these guys are just like
the doorbell cameras.
Yes.
Yeah.
These guys have no idea.
Right.
If it could be a foreign, we have no idea.
My wife is tracking the movement of my daughter's cell phones throughout the day, and the FBI's got no idea what the hell's flying over very important structures of interest.
Yep.
Want to take a call real quick? We've got some.
Just because Pete Buttigieg, what's he doing, comes to mind. But the FAA did impose drone restrictions over New Jersey, because there are laws about this too, federal laws, state laws.
Mm-hmm.
So the FAA, while the FBI investigates, did enforce those, or put forth those restrictions after these reports of drones. It obviously has not stopped anything, but they did do that.
By the way,
Pete's
Nick,
on the case.
By the way, Nick, I just got a text. Our general sales manager heard your comment about the sales department.
Oh, great. I'm just trying to add revenue to the company's bottom line. That's all. I just float out brilliance. And what you guys do with it's not my call. By the way, so Dawn was saying, we're in good hands. Mayor Pete's on this. In between his chest feeding and his aspirations for 2028 to be the future of the Democrat Party, he's going to take care of this. That's what Mayor Pete does.
You going to take a call?
Yeah, let's take a call. We'll take all your drone spottings because I know they're all authentic. We've verified. We have vetted them. Jimmy in the back has, made sure that Vinny and Delco is telling the absolute truth, and Vinny's got a Thanksgiving story for us. Hello, Vinny.
Hey, guys. Yeah, no, I got video proof of it.
Wow.
I was down in Myrtle Beach, and it was Thanksgiving. It was a perfect night, clear as could be. I'm sitting on the beach.
Love it.
I'm looking out into the ocean. It's gorgeous. And then all of a sudden, these 5 humongous white lights appear out of nowhere. And it's coming right at me, at the house I'm in. And I'm like, damn, this thing is going to crash into the house. And it wasn't making a noise. I'm like, is this a helicopter? What is it? And then it just slowly makes a right turn, and that's when I picked up my camera and started video. I wish I would have got the front view, because these lights were in a big circle, and they were huge.
Mm-hmm.
And this big thing was as big as a bus, and it was about 100 feet off the ground. And I could tell because there's houses that it went behind. So it wasn't high off, and it really didn't make it. It just made like a humming noise.
Yeah, that's the common claim, is that they're very quiet, right?
Yeah.
Quiet as could be, and it couldn't be a drone unless it was on a ship. It'd have to have a landing spot coming off of the ocean, because they can't go that far anyway.
Oh, so they're restricted with distance and traveling?
We would know where the ship is, that's for sure.
Well, it's interesting.
Of course they're restricted.
It's interesting that all the reports we're getting, a lot of the reports we're getting are the ones from, he was in Myrtle Beach.
Yep.
Chris Smith was on Island Beach State Park.
Yep.
Said it's coming in from the ocean.
Coast.
It does seem like it's coming in from the coast, which
Yeah.
means that it's got to be foreign entities, no?
Right.
A commercial grade drone can fly up to 9 miles away from its original base.
Okay.
With some high-end models reaching distances of 62 miles when using a fixed-wing design.
So I would want to know, and I'm sure somebody can find this answer online, how far out of the coast from the shore of the physical land of the United States is considered, our water territory before, opposing countries approach that point where you would engage in conflict or have communications as to what exercise you're doing, what drill are you doing.
Well, I mean, by the time you can see them from the beach, I assume they're in our airspace.
I'm assuming it's too close. Yeah, because I was thinking 9 miles, 62 miles. It's got to be a couple of 100 miles, I would guess.
Let's play a little bit more from this, from the senior FBI official, Phil.
Enlist the help of the interagency, enlist the help of the public. There's a tip line there, that 1-800-CALL FBI, tips.fbi, for information from the public that could help us resolve this.
God, because we're too capable.
Is the public at risk? Is public safety at risk? Are we concerned that there are nefarious intentions that could cause either national security or a public safety incident that would put Americans at risk?
There's nothing that is known that would lead me to say that, but we just don't know, and that's the concerning part.
You have reached the FBI drone tip line. All of our operators are currently assisting other customers. If you would like a call back when you are next in line, press 1. Thank you.
Slapnut nation we are. So here's the other possibility.
Yeah.
What if it's not coming off of the coast from another nation, but it's something coming from D.C. or a military base here in the United States, giving off the appearance that it's coming off of the coast?
Yeah.
You start from New York or Washington, you go out to sea, and then you do a big U-turn, and you come back around, and then all of a sudden, simps like us are like, oh, look what's in the air, honey. What is that?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Something's happening here, and I'm not ruling. All right, so let's go on record. We've already predicted Time Person of the Year. Who's the culprit here? Who wants to take China for $20?
Me.
You're on China?
China.
You know what?
China.
I'm going to go with the United States government.
Well, then if it's the United States government, we're never going to know then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're just going to cover it up.
Right.
And
Or lie and give us some Fugazi story.
the next shiny object will come, and we'll pretend like this didn't happen.
Yep. Okay.
That's what I'm guessing.
I'm going to take the U.S. of A.
Okay. Dawn, do you have a guess of who you
China.
think it is? Yeah, it's okay.
You're both going China.
Of course it is.
All right. You might be right. I don't think it's far-fetched at all.
Hideous nation.
I mean, I don't think it's Russia. I don't think it's Iran or anything in the Middle East. I don't think it's North Korea.
The Middle East can't. I mean,
The Middle East is on fire right now. You think they got time for drones flying over to Jersey Shore? Assad seeking asylum in Russia?
Yeah.
Hanging out in Putin's basement?
Telling you. I have so much more, but Tony Bruno, I see him in the On Deck Circle, so why don't we get his thoughts?
Yeah.
And, hey, maybe we can go through, in the 9 o'clock hour, we can go through some of these cuts, and Tony can comment on them.
There we go. How about that?
It's a very loose show today.
Loose show.
Loose show.
I like loose shows.
Loose show.
What the hell with the show sheet? Yeah. Show sheets. I used to give Bruno a show sheet back in the day, went right in the can. A show sheet, Nick Kayal. I've been doing this for 30 years. What do I need a show sheet for?
It's true.
Sorry, Tony. I was just doing what the boss told me. 855-839-1210. We will get to Tony Bruno, future drone hunter, in a moment. But maybe you want to do some searching about drones during the break because we've piqued your interest with Drone Watch 2024. You should search via DuckDuckGo because right now, and this is about to expire, you will get a 30-day free trial by going to DuckDuckGo.com/1210. But that offer is ending very shortly, so take advantage of it. It was a 7-day trial offer. It is now 30 days absolutely free. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. We're talking about the Privacy Pro package. It's a 3-in-1 package that you're still going to get your VPN security with. You're going to get your identity theft restoration, but with that comes personal information removal. 7 weeks ago when I signed up, I found out there were 52 different records of all of my personal information out there on the internet. Within 48 hours, a third of them were gone. And it's serious. I mean, this is dangerous stuff here. Credit card information, social security number, phone number, address, you name it. All of that stuff is out there. We put it out there, right? Because we're always on the internet making purchases, signing up for things, giving away important information. But now it is all going to be taken care of, and you're going to get it for free for 30 days. After that, just $9.99 a month. Go to duckduckgo.com/1210, and once you download the browser or you download the app, maybe you want to search for drones. duckduckgo.com/1210.
The 8 o'clock hour, sponsored by our buddies at Winter Ford. The Winter Ford Cherry Hill Get Ready holiday sales event is here. See Dino Rucci and his team for discounts and rebates of up to $10,000 on new Fords. Call 800-428-4000, 800-428-4000 for details, or check your savings at winterford.com. That's winter, WINNER, Ford.com. Do it today.
Hi, this is Howard Eskin, and you can get game day and holiday ready with Jack Daniels at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit store. Pick up the original Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey, Jack Fire, or Jack Honey 1.75 milliliter bottles, all for $3 off. Or a 4-pack of Jack and Coke, or Jack and Coke Zero Sugar. Now ready to drink in a can. Jack Daniels, born for the tailgate. And please drink responsibly.
Especially 7% ABV. Jack Daniels Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and all number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a registered trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan.
I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. And let's cook up something extraordinary.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Yes, this segment brought to you by Spring Dance Hot Tubs. It's the 12 days of savings at Spring Dance Hot Tubs from December 12th to the 24th. Get up to $5,000 off hot tubs. What? $5,000 off hot tubs? Up to $2,500 off saunas. Oh, the saunas. And 20% off water care for the first 20 customers that sign up for their new auto ship program. Only at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Visit springdancehottubs.com. That's springdancehottubs.com for those savings. $5,000 off hot tubs, $2,500 off savings. Off saunas, excuse me. Some great savings. Do it now.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Mustard.
What you gonna do?
Mustard.
What you gonna do? Do you wanna get down?
Mustard.
What you gonna do?
It's Kayal and Company. Getting it done as we always do. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
What does Bruno have?
What does Bruno have? And does he have an ability to track down drones?
What is that, Tony?
He's got a drone.
This is the Bruno 2025 killer drone from Southwest Florida, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, with the promo code Bruno, you can order 500 of these right now, and I will have them shipped to your home directly. Just as Mr. My Pillow guy says,
yeah,
these prices have never been this low. Get your drone right now. The only drones I know in New Jersey are Sloppy Chris Christie and, of course, the governor there, Phil Murphy, in a library, talking about having no idea. He's assuring us that these drones, there's no threat, even though he has no idea what the drones are and what the hell they're doing with it. But I have my own drone. You
Do you
never
fly
can
that?
be too safe.
Do you fly it?
I haven't flown it yet, but
Okay.
How far does it go?
Well, this is a $5 one from Temu, so I doubt it goes across the other side of the lagoon here. By the way, 75 degrees right now here in beautiful Southwest Florida.
Stop.
And Sloppy Chris Christie, that's my favorite Trump term of all time.
Chris Christie.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
By the way, if Chris Christie were a drone, would he be bigger than a dining room table? Would he be bigger than one of the Macy's Day balloons going down Broadway in New York City?
Tony, he's as big as a Boeing 747. The hell are you talking about?
No, this drone thing is insane. By the way, I did a story on my show last Friday night on my Tony Bruno X feed on Friday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. About a guy here in Florida back in June who was arrested for shooting a drone that was hovering. And I heard you guys talking about a little earlier. It was a drone hovering over his house. He was out back working on his pool in June. And then all of a sudden, there's a drone flying right over his house. And he said it was flying there for 10 minutes. And so he didn't know what was going on. And then all of a sudden, he went inside his house. And it's a funny video. You have to find it. I ran it. It's incredible. The police show up. And he's standing outside, and he's got a big gut, and he's got overalls on. And he said, hey, you know what? This thing was hanging over my house for 10 minutes, and I don't know what's happening. So I went inside, I unlocked my gun case, and got out my gun, and I shot it. And then, and so he says, well, you know, I hit it, so I must be a pretty good shot. And then he said, did I do anything wrong? And the cop says, yes, but the cop was laughing because this guy admitted to doing everything.
Yeah.
And he just thought he was protecting his house. It turned out to be a Walmart delivery drone. And he shot it. So you're not allowed to shoot a drone over your own home,
right?
Because that you're you know. So how can our military? I heard you guys talking about, you know, coming out of the water and off the Jersey Shore and all this other stuff. How is it that you can't over open water shoot down a drone if you think it's You don't know what its intents are. And I'm not asking everybody to go out and, like they do in some third world countries, they start shooting in the air to celebrate the new year, because those bullets come down just as fast as they go up.
Exactly.
So I'm not encouraging everybody to go out and shoot drones. But the fact, how about a helicopter?
Yeah.
How about a Black Hawk helicopter going up there and seeing what those drones are doing, right?
Or the government, or why doesn't the government send up their own drones and do some counter drone surveillance?
And by the way, you've seen these amazing drone shows that are used now at Disney World, all over the world, instead of fireworks. They're some of the most amazing. They can send up like 5,000 drones at once and have them fly in formation with all these beautiful scenes and stuff. So how is it that we don't know what's flying over New Jersey?
Right.
How do we not know that?
That's right. By the way, you should have that drone that you're holding in your hands fly over to your house that you're building just to do some check-ins. You wouldn't even have to leave the house.
Yeah.
No, I have a live camera out there. I can check on my house without even leaving the house.
What's wrong
Come
with
on,
you,
Nick. I mean, let's get into the 20th century.
That's my
here, man.
fault, Tom.
What's the matter with you?
That's a good point.
Come on,
Nick.
man.
Come on, man.
You know what we ought to do? You need to get out later today and fly that bad boy and stream it on Twitter, and we'll recirculate it. I mean, I think the public would love to see you navigating and commentating on a drone flying over your current abode.
Now, I don't know what the range of these things are, but the ones that are the real big sloppy Chris Christie drones, those are the ones, they have like a 9-mile range.
Yeah.
So this thing, when I first bought my first little junkie drone, I took it down to Maryland to my son's house with the grandkids, and I got that thing up in the air and I'm flying it. And then, it has the button that you push it and it's supposed to come back and land.
Yeah.
Back in those days, when you're paying $10 for it, at Five Below, they're not coming back. And they're not, because you're worried. It's up there. I don't know where it's going. But now these things are so sensitive.
They are.
I don't know how good this one is because, as I mentioned, this is a Temu special. But it has a camera on it. It's got HD camera.
Yeah.
And what I love about it, it's got the flashing lights.
I see that.
I think this is what they used at the JD, at the Diddy party. It had the flashing lights inside. And
disco lights.
Disco lights, yeah.
Lights, the disco lights. And by the way, yes, I'll be launching the drone today, and I will be playing YMCA by the Village People all over my speakers out of my big truck as I drive around here in Southwest Florida and beautiful Cape Coral, going up to 80 again today, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful day.
Struggle's real. Yeah, that must be nice. Well, we're up to like 63 today, so
but it's raining and it's horrible. 50-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, that's a good point.
High winds, torrential rain, and then tomorrow we go from 64, 65 today to
37.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Tomorrow.
Everybody will be sick.
Well, it's December, guys.
I know.
It's
I
December.
get you. It's just
The
horrible.
bad thing, though, we're talking about all this, the Daniel Perry, and I mean, everybody's talked about this, and then the Luigi guy, who's a hero. But by the way, it has been a bad year, and actually a bad 4 years for the University of Pennsylvania, the Ivy League schools.
Great point. Yes.
Right? I mean, now you got this, first you had the male swimmer situation there. Then you had all these anti-Semitic marches on all these Ivy League campuses, and you got the guy at Penn was a national disgrace that they stood behind. And now you got this professor there who's now apologizing for the blue-haired professor. Do you see her? You saw her the other day, right? She was one of the University of Pennsylvania professors who was celebrating the assassination by the young punk greaseball Guido Luigi guy.
Yeah.
And the one thing about Italians, when there's an Italian who does something stupid, I'm not going to defend him because I am also Italian.
Right.
The difference between me and that Guido guy and that slime ball, Luigi
Maglione.
Mangione.
Yeah, not
Mangione.
Yeah, no relation, I believe, to the great Chuck Mangione, who did Feel So Good. Remember that classic?
I didn't know where you were going.
Yeah,
Chuck Mangione. He's not related.
No.
By the way, this kid down in Baltimore with all the Pelosi's and all the other rich goombas who are making millions of dollars while being public servants.
Yep.
This guy's family is part of that whole Baltimore to San Francisco-based mob. They're not mob. They're just super rich Italians. And, there's nothing wrong with super rich Italians. I was a semi-rich Italian at one point.
Yeah.
And now here I am in Florida flying Temu drones over trying to get some traction.
Tony,
You
we
know what I'm saying?
employ two of them on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I mean, come on, man.
True. Absolutely true. Oh, God.
By the way, I got to give a shout out to
Take that
Crossing
drum.
Broad. They are now running the remember the debate between Fetterman and Dr. Oz a couple of years ago? So now with the Eagles playing the Pittsburgh Steelers this weekend on Sunday.
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, Fetterman picked the Steelers and Dr. Oz picked the Eagles.
That's right.
So now we got that interstate rivalry.
Yeah.
I thought Fetterman loved the Eagles. No, he's a Pittsburgh guy. Dr. Oz is a Philly guy. So I mean, we're gonna have to have these wars come back up again.
Yeah.
In what
But
world
it's
is Dr. Oz a
interesting,
Philly guy?
Well, I mean,
he
Went to college here.
He knows where Philly is on the map.
Yeah.
But
I'll tell you what,
you know
though.
who else?
Yeah.
You know who else is a
His
Philly
wife grew
guy?
up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bibi Netanyahu's a Philly guy. You realize that?
Well, and so's Joe's
He
wife.
went to Penn.
My wife's a Philly girl.
Right.
Does Dr. Oz
Yeah,
still have that
Donald-
house in
Donald Trump went to Penn. He went to the
Lower
Wharton
Moreland?
School. Exactly.
Dr. Oz's wife is, she's like, she was.
Do they still
born
have the
and raised
house?
Here.
Do they still have the house in Lower
They still have a
Moreland?
home here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Drive by and tell me if anybody's there.
I'm trying to purchase it right now, actually. We're in negotiations. Bruno, you
By
nailed
the way,
it.
the one good thing,
Yeah.
one good thing I'm not doing local sports talk anymore is so I can avoid weeks like this past week after the Eagles won another game that was too close for comfort, but they found a way to win, and that has become now the biggest story in Philadelphia. Eagles win 9 straight games, and we are still worried about, oh my God, this team stinks. They're not going to go to the Super Bowl. What are we going to do?
All right, Tony.
Oh, Brandon Graham went on Emmanuel Acho, who this guy had a cup of coffee here. Now all of a sudden is this national pundit on Fox Sports, one of the 72,000 shows with talking heads. Emmanuel Acho and Chase Daniel.
Yeah.
Nobody has stolen more money from NFL teams than Chase Daniel.
That's a good
And now
point.
he's got a national show where, and he did play, but listen, I got to give Chase Daniel credit.
Right.
There are very few guys that have the lack of talent that Chase Daniel did that was able to go from team to team to team to fleece them for money to sit on a bench, and now he's making money pretending to be a Philly guy, and so is Emmanuel Acho, who had like six plays in his career with the Philadelphia Eagles.
He's
and
the
now
Z-
these guys are
He's the
experts
Zelensky
on the
of
Eagles.
He's the Zelensky of the NFL. Just keeps collecting checks.
Yeah, but he was not being paid with our tax dollars, at least.
Yeah.
He was just being
Amen.
paid by NFL owners who thought this guy could play quarterback anywhere, and he pretty much sucked everywhere he went.
But Bruno, you make a great point about the University of Penn. Think about that. Leah Thomas was the swimmer. Then you had Liz. Remember, Liz McGill was the
Yes.
dean at Penn, and now you have
They all had to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now you have Luigi. So we got Liz, Leah, and Luigi. What's going on in the water at UPenn?
And don't forget the blue-haired professor who was out there calling this guy Luigi. By the way, Luigi's a good friend of mine, and Luigi's back in Philly, our own Luigi.
You have
Not
your own.
related.
You have your
Yeah.
own Luigi.
Not
I
related.
have my own Luigi. I got a Mario too, but that's what we do in Italians. You have to have a Mario and a Luigi in your family. And if
Exactly.
you're a real Italian and you don't have a Luigi, a Mario, or a Tony, or give me another common. Tony's a common Italian name, which came from where the origin of the name Tony came from, right?
No. Anthony.
When people like my mom were coming over legally on boats to go to Ellis Island back in the days, back in the late 40s and 50s.
Legally.
They passed a sign, and they saw the sign. It said, to New York, Tony. That's where the name Tony first came from.
How
To
about that?
New York.
Wow.
Yes. And the term WAP also means without papers.
Yeah, I knew that.
See, now
Yep.
you can say that.
Yeah.
If you call somebody a WAP or you say, Tony, oh, yeah, to New York, I'm not being deported, and I'm not afraid of being deported.
Right.
Like the people on The View, they're worried about being deported now instead of
Yeah.
just enjoying the holiday season.
Tom Homan's not coming for you, Tony.
No, he's not.
And by the way,
I'm trying to figure out, guys.
our printer is
sorry, go
also
ahead.
our printer is also a WAP because it's always without paper.
The only correct time you could say it.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way,
you
Mayor
believe all
Sherrill
these-
Parker
Yeah.
Mayor
Yes.
Sherrill Parker has not sanctioned the fact or doubled down or really spoken about the fact that we are a sanctuary city. Remember that was under Jim Kenney.
Yes.
But Mayor Sherrill Parker has been very quiet about that, about
shocking.
reinforcing that.
Mm-hmm.
She advocates were out protesting this issue. She's
still weighing her options
not-
on how she wants to address the
Yep.
situation moving forward.
Well, she's not saying anything. She's not saying we're
Well, she's worried
sanctuary.
about. Well, Dawn, she's really worried about the latest hearing on the 76er Stadium. I guess they're going to make a decision soon.
Right.
And another story related that you've been following, Dawn, very closely, as we talk about the governor and all the stuff going on in Pennsylvania with this Ouija guy and the pen stuff and everything else, is the case that the governor had a hand in making a determination, and that's the woman who was found dead, stabbed 20 times, and apparently that's going back to court in that story as well.
Yep,
the woman that they claimed committed suicide even though she was stabbed 20 times. So that they're calling that story a suicide. As you know more than I do, Dawn,
Yes.
living there.
And her parents, God bless them, her brokenhearted parents and family, they're the ones that keep fighting for this. And it's her name's Ellen Greenberg. We've reported a lot on
Yes.
it. But this was Chester County. Investigators there just keep saying, oh, we don't have enough evidence. We don't have enough evidence. The parents keep saying, Ellen died of 20 stab wounds. How could that possibly be self-inflicted?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well,
so
apparently
now,
there was one of the stab wounds. It was self-inflicted, but so she stabbed herself 21 times, and that's a suicide. So that's another one of those stories that you scratch your head and you're saying, who stabs themselves 21 times? And then call it a suicide. Nobody's going to stab themselves 21 times.
Exactly.
I don't believe.
I agree. Tony Bruno is with us. This is a story you're going to absolutely love. I'm not sure if you've seen this video, so if you haven't, Tony, you'll see it on the YouTube stream. We're going to play you this. We talked about it yesterday. This is Nancy Mace, South Carolina representative from, I
saw this,
think,
yes.
2016. And she's doing the baby birding trend that was a thing, I guess, back then. I don't know, maybe it's still a thing today. In the comforts of her own home with another man and another female, and I think another dude or a dude that used to be a female that might be trying to be something else. Who knows?
Yeah, it's two women.
Yeah,
it's
it's
two
bizarre.
women and a man, right?
Two chicks and a dude.
Yep.
And they're baby birding.
Not at the same time, though, right?
Not at the same-
Because
well-
that's what I would do if I had $1 million.
Well,
I mean,
who wouldn't? You know, I mean, of course. Let's see. Let's get your reaction. Let's play this Nancy Mace video, by the way.
Do we not have it?
Well, she's only set it up for 9 minutes. You don't have it?
Phil, do
This
you
is
have it,
not
buddy?
the Italian
Nancy Mace.
Italian
There it
history
is.
minute.
This is
yeah.
not
There
Baby
it is.
Shark.
There
This
it
is Baby Birding. It's not Phil Murphy there.
It kind of looks like it now.
And that is not Tammy Murphy either.
By the way, this whole, I mean, how old is that video?
8
I don't
years.
even remember that trend.
I don't
Do you
either.
remember that trend?
No.
I said yesterday, Tony, that in the early aughts, the early 2000s, you would go out to some clubs and they'd have those shot girls who had the test
yeah.
tubes of the shots, and they used to do
Yeah,
that.
I
They
used to
put,
do that down in Margate.
Yeah.
I would go in and get 10 beers for $1.
They used to put you on the bar. They used to put you on the bar.
Yeah,
they
you go on the bar.
They,
I would go in the daytime.
Yeah.
When I had my boat down in Margate.
Sure,
or,
yeah.
In Amherst Avenue.
Yeah.
I'd walk down to the bars, get shots and beers, and there'd be chicks there with the test tubes of
Yep.
kamikazes.
Yep.
And you're shot you're shotgunning it.
Yeah, and they would do the shot, and then they would put it in your mouth, and
Yeah.
then you would have chlamydia of the mouth.
Right.
ew.
I'm just kidding.
By the way,
Or
Nancy,
you'd be like Rosie O'Donnell,
Aw.
who now has what she has. She posted a
herpes.
video where she now has
Yeah.
The herpes.
She has
That's
herpes,
that's
right?
somebody that should be using a little chapstick. We
Yeah.
talked about that yesterday.
Well, remember, this is a woman who keeps filming herself with squirrels all around her house.
Yeah.
She's like a crazy squirrel lady now.
Yeah.
Maybe she's making out with squirrels, and that's how she got her.
Yeah, they
her
were.
herpes.
By the way, she said that in the video that she was going to go check out and see if she had the herp because she had all these cold sores all over her
It's
mouth.
very interesting.
by the way, Capitol Police have arrested a 33-year-old Illinois man, James McIntyre. He's accused of attacking South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace last night.
Oh, boy.
So she had word of her physical attack. She had to go in for medical treatment. They said they would put a brace on her arm and some ice. And she posted on social media that she would be fine, but that this guy, we don't have the motivation, but is it because
How
of
do
her?
these people get into the
I
how do
know.
these people get into the congressional buildings with all the security there? How are people walking in and accosting representatives? How does this happen?
Yeah.
Nancy Mace was assaulted?
She was assaulted. It happened in the Rayburn
Yes.
House office building, and apparently the police are saying that this suspect made his way through security.
I'm sorry to be totally oblivious to this. When did this happen?
This happened.
This happened last night. It's breaking news, Nick.
Yeah.
Oh,
last
I
night.
haven't seen anything on the television all morning or on social media.
Gee, I wonder why.
Jesus.
Because they don't report on her being physically attacked. And do you know what they look at the headlines? And this is shameful.
Yeah.
CNN, Representative Nancy Mace says she was physically accosted. They put it in air quotes on Capitol grounds.
Right.
And then another D.C. station, Representative Nancy Mace allegedly attacked on Capitol Hill.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Not, I mean, the
Is the
police,
By the way, they
the police are
arrested.
saying
They
this.
arrested and identified the suspect
Yes.
as 33-year-old James McIntyre from Illinois.
Yes.
So I would believe now he's still accused of it. But if you have an arrest and you have the name of the person who was arrested for physically assaulting a member of Congress, that is no longer a she says.
Yeah.
They
That's right.
arrested a guy.
Yeah.
That's like saying there was allegedly a fire in Malibu.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
There
yeah.
was.
Dick Van Dyke and Cher escaped their homes because of an alleged fire.
Yes.
You know what I mean? That's
Kayal and Company is
crazy.
allegedly late to commercial
Yes.
break. That's actually true.
That's true.
We'll come back. Bruno's
I
going to
can
stick
confirm-
around.
I can confirm that right now.
Yes.
My sources deep in the sales department have confirmed to me at this hour
I'm getting yelled at.
that
Yes.
Kayal and Company is absolutely behind
Yeah.
on commercial.
Sales is yelling, "Hey, Baldy, get to the spots already!" All right, we'll come back. We'll get to more of Bruno. Tony's going to stick around. We've got some cuts to play, and Tony will riff on some of that as well. And if any more assaults happen, we'll break in at any point. Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock hour is next.
Don't mess with my kitchen. You know, when it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has been building a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision, professionalism, and such care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation. Go to kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
You know what one of the most important indicators in football is? It's turnover differential. At the bye, the 2-2 Eagles were -6. Awful. 9 wins later, they're +4. After 4 games, Jalen Hurts had thrown 4 interceptions and lost 2 fumbles. In the last 9 games, he's had 1 pick and 1 fumble. He totals 16 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. That's a big factor in the Eagles being 11-2. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. As a bank, PNC prides themselves on being boring. But the truth is, they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. PNC has dedicated teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
For eligible individuals 18 and older with self-perceived mild to moderate hearing loss only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
Life without hearing aids can be frustrating.
Andy, did you hear what she just said?
No, I'm sorry. What did I miss?
I said I got the promotion, Dad. I thought you would be excited.
You're missing out on the important moments of your life because you just can't hear them. It's time to try the Jabra Enhanced Select 500, our smallest, most advanced hearing aid. With proprietary speech clarity technology, even the most complex listening situations like a noisy restaurant are crisp and clear. And you can get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional care you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. Get Jabra Enhance over-the-counter hearing aids and stop missing the important moments. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/radio. That's JABRA enhance.com/radio. JabraEnhance.com/radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Happy holidays to all. It's the perfect time to talk about Rescue Natural Supplements and their Deck the Hall sale, because right now you can save up to 78% on exceptional natural supplements for every area of your health. From essentials like omega-3s, probiotics, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and more. And the best part? Over a dozen health-boosting rescue products are marked down under $20. Get started. Stock up today. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. With Rescue, you can reinforce your immune system, boost energy, and reach your health goals. Again, there's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So get a head start on your health. Visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, "I've got this." At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. University of Maryland Global Campus keeps your educational goals attainable with no-cost digital materials, replacing textbooks in most courses, affordable tuition, and over $15 million in scholarship opportunities available each year. Find out if you qualify. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, write this number down or put it into your phone. 800-411-2215. The IRS is hiring more staff and cracking down. Call Tax Relief Helpers now to learn about our tax debt reduction programs and how to stop the collection efforts. If you're facing liens, levies, an audit, wage garnishment, or years of unpaid taxes, even if you're already in a payment plan, we can help. Through special IRS programs, you may qualify to have your tax debt settled for a fraction of what you owe. Tax Relief Helpers has helped thousands of taxpayers qualify for these generous relief programs, earning an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. No matter what amount you or your business owe to the IRS, call our Tax Relief Hotline now for a free consultation and see what savings you may qualify for. Don't tackle the IRS on your own, and don't risk having your wages, Social Security, even your pension seized. Call now. Call 800-411-2215. That's 800-411-2215. 800-411-2215.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Albert the Great Church on Welsh Road in Huntington Valley, Saturday, January 11th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Power up the holiday and give a gift from the top of their wish list. Visit your local Steel dealer today or shop online at steelusa.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
.903. It is Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour here on a Wednesday, a Tony Bruno Wednesday, as we welcome in box number 4. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, Greg Stocker, Tony Bruno. It's the quad box, baby.
Quattro box, baby.
That's right.
Quattro box.
It's like
7 hours of uninterrupted talk radio starts right now.
Thank you, Scott Hansen. 855-839-1210. You can't get a box, but you can get on the board if you want to jump in and chat with Tony Bruno for a little bit.
What's in the box?
7.
Your wife's pretty head.
Yes.
Great movie. We're due to see that on again. That'll be on like TNT nonstop in February when there's nothing to watch because football ends. But that's a different story for a different day. We mentioned, and Dawn had the breaking news of the Nancy Mace assault that occurred, I guess, late yesterday. Andy Nago, post-millennial, doing some scoops and some reports here. You could see it on YouTube. We have the graphic up. Apparently, the suspect is a 33-year-old, and he has been arrested. And his name is James McIntyre of Cook County, Illinois. And he is apparently an LGBTQ plus activist. Surprise, surprise. And according to his reporting, Nancy Mace has faced a surge of threats from trans and queer activists since she began speaking out about protecting the integrity of female single-sex spaces. Recently, Portland Trantifa activist.
Is that a thing?
I guess. Trantifa.
Trantifa.
Wow. Yeah. I think that's an old Pontiac model, right?
Yeah, yes, it is. It was good.
Yeah, it was with the
Good
Trans
car,
Am, yeah.
Part of the K car collection, though, or the T car collection, I think. It didn't have it had tranny problems underneath.
I see what you did there.
Those transmissions were just not good. You know, when you have there's certain cars that have bad transmissions.
I agree.
That's why you got to go to Atco or Amco.
That's
or
right.
the boss's daughter for Atlantic transmission. Whatever happened to the boss's daughter and the boss's wife? Remember them?
Yeah. Go over to Napa. Remember those commercials? Napa Know-How? Those are some clever jingles. So apparently,
but that's where you got parts, though. I'm talking about when you have to go to a transmission location.
Right. Yes. That's
Amco,
right.
double A, MCO.
Honk,
Come on.
Remember the honk honk?
Yes.
So James McIntyre, according to the complaint, allegedly grabbed Nancy Mace's hand aggressively.
Can you put his LinkedIn thing up there?
Yep.
Phil, there you go.
He tightened his grip and shook her around by her arm. It's actually the same thing Trump did to Macron.
Exactly, yeah.
And there's the picture of his LinkedIn. Of course, there's pronouns, he/him. And it looks to me like this is a guy who is a government employee with the job title on the LinkedIn, Senior Director of Governmental Relations and Volunteer Recruitment at CASA of Cook County, which is the greater Chicago area. So
so that's how he has access to the Capitol building, where he can walk in and allegedly assault members of Congress who, oh, by the way, is a victim of assault in her life. She was a rape victim as a young person, and she is a biological woman, and her biggest sin is to say that men should be in the men's bathrooms and women should be. And by the way, in the Capitol, all of these representatives have their own private restrooms. And so I don't get this. It's something that just won't go away. And the fact that these people, well, I'm talking about the lunatics, the ones who get physical about demanding that they should be able to use any bathroom that they want, even go in. And remember, there was a video where these people went into a bathroom all as one and went into a men's room, and they were all, there were biological women or biological men going into a women's room. So the women, again, are not stepping up. The so-called feminists that used to stand up for everything are now completely silent when it comes to this issue.
Very fascinating, is it not? All right, we're going to continue here with some of the commentary of the stories of the day, and I believe we're going to roll some cuts here if you want to get Tony's thoughts on a couple of the things that either we've already kicked around or haven't gotten to yet.
So, Tony, we were talking...
I got to turn my drone off there. Hang on, I got to turn it off. I don't want to waste the battery. I got this. This baby's got some work to do today.
Yeah, it does. It does. You can see video in your setup there, right, Tony?
Yes.
So we were talking about, in the 6 o'clock hour this morning, we were talking about this love affair that these women and some men are having with Luigi Mangione. So apparently these two people took it to another level and got tattoos of the alleged killer.
Well, that was quick.
Can you put the video up there, Phil?
Enforcement found shell casings.
One is the we don't need the thing. Wow. One is the defend, deny, depose thing with bullets.
Yep.
And the other is actually a picture of Mangio's face that somebody got tattooed on them. So
sick world, Tony Bruno. Sick world.
Yes. I mean, there's no doubt when you see the subway situation. By the way, another person was pushed onto the tracks in the New York subway yesterday. Not a big story because that happens every day. Stuff happens all over the place. But let's worry about some guy who obviously is very rich family, connected family. This kid had a bad back. He had surgery, and he's mad at the company. And he's pretty much admitting now that he did it.
Yeah.
Although he was screaming yesterday some stupid stuff as they were throwing him into the Altoona jail up there to face the indictment.
Phil, do you have that? Do you have that video? I don't have the number. Do you know what? We played it earlier.
Yeah, this is the one where he's getting out of the SUV and he lashes out at the media, and then they kind of jack him up against the wall.
He didn't scream, though. He didn't scream, "Don't tase me, bro," though.
No,
that
he
guy
didn't.
was
No,
the
he
best.
didn't.
That guy was great.
Don't tase me, bro.
Roll that, yeah.
Down.
Oh my God! That's completely out of touch, and it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people and the lived experience.
Tony, I think he's checked out, man. I think this guy's going out to lunch. It's over for this cat.
Yeah, and
he's
it's
lost
sad
it.
to see. Listen, no one wants to see that.
Yeah.
But the fact, I mean, remember the Zarnaev brothers, who the guys who put the who blew up the Boston Marathon, and Rolling Stone put the surviving brother on the cover, and all of these crazed women looked at the guy. Oh, he's a good-looking guy. I love the bad boy.
Yep.
What you gonna do? this punk, Luigi. He's another one of those guys.
Yep.
And again, I doubt. Now people say, "Well, he probably didn't do it. That's why he's screaming." He wrote down what his plan was. He was upset because he had back surgery as a young guy. The guy's lived all over the place. He lived in Hawaii, Penn he went to. He went to Stanford. The guy's a whack job. And we have a lot of really mentally unstable people. Listen, by the way, who made health insurance unaffordable? I thought the Obamacare was supposed to bring down rates. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Now, all of a sudden, listen, I don't like insurance companies. Nobody does.
Nope.
But we have to have health care, right?
Yeah.
I got Medicare. I got Medicare now, and I just actually re-upped with my Aetna health. I don't know if you saw this video yesterday, the one where there's a nurse over a guy who's in a hospital bed, and he's laying there, and apparently you don't see it. There's no nudity. But this nurse, trying to help the guy lift his spirits, actually flashes the guy in the bed.
Now that's good medicine.
So I said, that's good. Now, see, that's the kind of medical care we all want. When I was in a hospital bed in Curacao, having a heart attack, I didn't have any nurses flash me. So then I upgraded during the Medicare. Because every year when you're on Medicare, you can change your plan. If you like your plan, you can keep your plan. So I enrolled in Aetna Medicare Double D, the new Double D part of Medicare.
Right.
So if you're a guy in the hospital or a woman, and you want that kind of care that you saw that nurse providing to a man who was laying in a hospital bed, make sure, I think the open enrollment period, I think, is over now, right? They're not running the 62,000 commercials every hour.
And those Ds have nothing to do with deductibles either, Tony. That is not
No, the double
Ds,
here. Because, there is Medicare Part C and D.
Right.
I'm more a Medicare Part Double D.
And look, there's nothing wrong with Part C. C's a solid, C's a solid plan.
Nor is there anything wrong with double Ds.
Right. Come
on. Unless they're really fake and they're nasty and they're not really natural.
Right, and then you're having these reactions of,
Oh, my goodness.
Yes. Thank you, Merle.
Luigi Mangione's former roommate, R.J. Martin, was on with Jesse Waters last night. This is cut 20.
By the way, also interesting, they're tracking down all of his friends quicker than they can find any connections to Thomas Matthew Crooks.
It's a very good point.
Yes.
Let's roll a little bit of the roommate from last night. Go.
Did this guy do drugs?
Absolutely none that I was aware of. We were roommates for about 6 months at Surf Break Co-Living, and the entire time that he lived at Surf Break, he was a great community member. He kind of followed by our values and our ethics to leave things better than you found them. He was always contributing, taking care of other people, and even after he moved out, he came and hung out and contributed to the community, spearheaded a book club. He and I became closer friends, working out, going to yoga classes, playing volleyball. He's the kind of guy who
things just two bros do.
His best to take care of himself, despite having
the Bro Book Club,
some severe back pain.
The Surfer Bro Book Club.
So he had the back pain, but was doing yoga and volleyball and
great question.
Messing around like that. Was this affecting his sex life?
So
it's affecting mine.
Athletic as long as he could be. I know there were days and perhaps even a week at a time where he was bedridden. So he was doing what he could when he could. I couldn't comment about his sex life or any of our roommates' sex life, just out of respect for their privacy.
I totally understand.
Well, he'll be bedridden for the rest of his life, that's for sure, one way or the other. It's amazing. Aaron Burnett 2 nights ago had somebody on her show. Jesse Waters has somebody on last night. Tonight, Hannity will speak to Luigi's 5th grade social studies teacher.
Exactly.
My God.
I mean, let's be honest. Nobody likes insurance companies.
No.
I live here in Florida. Where insurance rates go up whenever another storm comes through.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is, the risk when you take insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of companies don't want to sell it. The insurance companies don't want to sell insurance that they know they're going to have to pay out on.
Right.
And health insurance, of all of them, other than death insurance. But, they make so much money from so many people who are in the pool of the money because they know everybody's going to eventually die. But they're collecting money from people who live forever, and that pays for the dead people.
Yes. Yeah.
But the car insurance and health insurance are the most important ones because, a lot of people drive without car insurance.
Right.
But if you don't have health insurance of any kind, even the mediocre Medicaid known as Obamacare, you're not going to be able to take care of yourself. So the Medicare thing, and that's why they want Medicare for all, because that's the one that's legitimate and you earn it.
Yep.
That's why the Democrats want everybody to get Medicare for all for free. It's not the way it works. It's an entitlement, yes, but it's an entitlement you earn. Medicaid is junk insurance that Obama put up there as the Affordable Care Act. That's why these people, they're going after the CEOs of these companies who happen to work there. Listen, I don't like, I'm not going to blame insurance companies for my pain. You know what I mean? You just get medicine, you go to your doctor, and you try to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
But to be angry enough as a young kid, a young guy, right, with the world in front of him, all these degrees and all of this surfing and book clubs and all this other stuff, the guy to flip out because he had back surgery and is living in pain at a young age. Try to live in pain at 72, punk. Come at me now, bro. Come at me with your book club, bro.
Yeah, I don't blame my pain on healthcare. I blame it on my wife.
Yeah, I blame it on Robin. I blame it on other people. You got to live with pain. I haven't got time for the pain.
Yep.
As the great Carly Simon once sang. Remember?
Yep.
We got a great tweet from our buddy and contributor Newman Price. He says, "Tell Greg to get the flyers made and let's do this." And he tags all of us on Twitter if you want to see it. Starts at 6 p.m. It's the 1210 WPHT Kayal Company drone watch party. It'll be out of this world with special guest Tony Bruno and his Temu drone.
I love it. It's amazing. I've been sitting on this for a couple days. I was waiting actually for Tony for this one. So, Tony, you just recently got your X account restored, right? After being kicked off X
after
for
13 months.
13 months.
13 months later.
So in the UK now, and we always see things that happen in the UK and says, well, that can't happen here. I'm not so sure about this. This person was arrested for making offensive comments on Facebook.
Offensive?
Yeah, and they have the video of it. Roll it, Phil.
20 to 3, 1440, arresting you on suspicion of improper use of the electronic communications network.
What?
By the way, would.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You mentioned one question, something which relates to our own court. Anything you do say may be given evidence. Do you understand that?
So I'm actually being arrested.
You're going to be arrested, okay?
Right.
Take you up to the police station.
Right.
You, okay, this is in relation to some comments that you've made on a Facebook page. Okay.
Oh, really? Oh, it's a Facebook crime, is it?
Okay.
Right.
I love the UK. I mean, not for this, but for the accent.
Does he call her the C word?
No.
At least she has nice teeth.
Yeah, she does.
She's getting gloves out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what.
Well, she's packing a lot there.
She is.
Yes. Look at this guy.
I'm not talking about what's underneath the vest, though. I don't know what she's packing under there.
Yeah. So.
You were rude on Facebook.
So I'm
Do you
telling
wish to retain legal defense?
I'm telling you guys, this is not too far in our distant future. I'm just telling you.
If Taylor Lorenz relocates to the UK, she'll get the death penalty. My God.
Be careful, Tony. Be careful what you post.
Yeah.
When you get out those blue surgical gloves, you know something's gone down, baby.
I know.
Get out those gloves.
By the way,
I haven't seen gloves like that since I went and had my last colonoscopy.
I was just going to mention a colonoscopy.
I was just going to. That looks like what they're preparing
well,
for.
That's what they do in the UK. Yeah.
Bend over.
Yeah. Before,
and they say it so politely.
Yeah.
You're being arrested now. I hope you don't mind.
Before they book you,
anything
you
say can be used against you in a court of law.
I wonder what the
guys
UK...
with powdered wigs will be screaming at you in just a few moments, sir.
I wonder what the UK prison looks like. I wonder if they serve tea and crimpets and stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's a bunch of people in powdered wigs.
So where do all the crazy ideas come from? Is it California or England? Either way, we're in a bad spot.
That's a great question, but just be careful. Just be careful about what's happening.
Wow. We should have told that guy on Facebook, on social media.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
Should be listening to this show, pal. Stalker would have had you bailed out.
Thank you.
All right, we'll come back, and what do we got to get to on the other side? We've got Big Three is coming up. But first, the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by the great folks at McCausland Lock and Alarm. Business owners count on McCausland Lock and Alarm to secure and control access to their facilities, featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, and owner Tom McCausland's wealth of experience. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future. Big Three on the way, but right now the big one thing, the major thing you need to do, download the DuckDuckGo app. Why? Because your privacy matters, your safety, your security on the internet matters, your personal information matters, but nothing matters more than the limited amount of time left to take advantage of the 30-day free trial. That's right. Just go to DuckDuckGo.com and use /1210. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. That's how you get your 30-day free trial. And this is obviously a continuation of what we've been telling you about for almost 2 months now with the 3-in-1 Privacy Pro package from DuckDuckGo. That features a VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. And with the personal information removal, you're going to be able to track how many sites your information is on and the status of those removals. I was able to do that. I check it every couple of days. We're probably down to under 20 different things where I have had removed that I didn't even know was out there. I figured there was a couple of things, not 52 of them. And all of these records being wiped clean. Take advantage of it. 30-day free trial. And then after that, it's just $9.99 per month. $10 a month for peace of mind with your most important data. Do it today. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Nothing delivers comfort and joy quite like the unrivaled quality and taste of Omaha Steaks. It's guaranteed perfection in every single bite. And right now, you can save on unforgettable gifts with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, score an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. With 5 generations of experience, they consistently deliver the world's best steak experience. And the gifting experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to deliver that perfect gift with thoughtfully curated gift packages featuring gourmet favorites. From legendary steaks to mouth-watering desserts and more, save 50% off site-wide for a limited time at omahasteaks.com. Plus, our listeners get an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. That's 50% off at omahasteaks.com. That's omahasteaks.com. And an extra $30 off with promo code NICK. Minimum purchase may apply.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Thanks to Total Wine, you saved more on all the gifts for the ones you adore. Wine, spirits, beers, all nestled on shelves. Got some advice from our helpful elves. Oh, so many gifts to explore when you go to Total Wine and more. Bottles so delightful, whoa. Priced so amazingly low.
Curbside pickup available and the lowest prices for over 30 years only at Total Wine and More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
This year, American farmers will harvest 2.8 billion bushels of wheat and 15.1 billion bushels of corn. And to this day, American road workers have built 4.2 million miles of roads and counting. We're proud that John Deere machines rolling off the line here in the USA play a part in supporting Americans who work the land and build a better tomorrow. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/manufacturing.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, we've talked about your cutting-edge, state-of-the-art care. Why is that so vital?
It sure helps me diagnose and elevate the level of care I can offer if I'm using the latest technology. I use it on a normal, everyday basis, and I can see things that is just missed. It's not misdiagnosed, but you can't see something that your equipment won't allow you to. So I feel that if I can't utilize what's out there, and it takes a lot to be trained on it, feel comfortable, that can work for everyone. Not just these advanced cases, but it gives you a very consistent, efficient, and predictable result.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is on. Hello, hello, hello.
It's 9:27. It's Kayal and Company. Tony Bruno hanging out with us for a couple of more minutes as we continue here on a Wednesday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Tony. Still ahead this morning. We will get to Dawn's Big Three in just a matter of moments, as well as Today in Music History and what is on tap for the Dawn Show. But before that, let's go from the great state of Florida to another great state, Texas, where Minnie, who is a huge YouTube contributor, wants to say hello and wish a happy holiday. Hello, Minnie.
Hello, Nick. Howdy. Howdy from Texas.
Howdy. Say hello to Tony Bruno.
Howdy, Tony.
Hi, Minnie.
Love you, Tony. Love you and Miss Robin and kind of Luigi.
Certain Luigi.
Kind of. Not the other Luigi that all these other women are fawning after. Not that guy.
No, I just, I kid a little bit too much with Luigi, and he seemed to get upset, so I'll just leave him alone.
Better be careful. He might kill you.
You got any drone problems down there?
I haven't seen any drones yet, but, the day is young, so when I'm walking to the post office, I might see some drones down here, take some pictures, and tell y'all about it.
I don't think Greg Abbott's going to tolerate that, Minnie. He'll shoot one of those suckers right down.
You're right. You're right. Our governor doesn't play around. I love our governor.
Yep. What else you got, Minnie? Anything else you want to say?
Oh, I made a meme for Tony. I'm sure he liked it on Twitter. I started with a Mount Rushmore. I did it before with Rich Zioli and Dom Giordano, but this time I added Rush Limbaugh, and then I added Mark Stein and Mark Levin. And Tony Bruno. Tony Bruno is in there as well. So that's the Mount Rushmore.
Well, I appreciate that, but
radio.
I'm shooting for a bust down next to the Columbus statue on Broad Street in South Philly. That's my life goal.
Yeah,
making Mount Rushmores. I think they're talking Mount Rushmores down the hall in the sports station right now.
Yes, they are. By the way,
he just got that.
Has Brandon Graham been removed from his Mount Rushmore of great defensive players in the history of the franchise?
Is A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts the new T.O. McNabb? 610.
Last night, I kid you not, guys, I heard if you had to get rid of one, which one would it be, Jalen Hurts or A.J. Brown?
You had to get rid of one. How about neither? How about the host who brought up that stupid-ass question? Jeez. Jeez,
man. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, I got to watch what I say here.
By the way, you saw the breaking news. CNN is now losing to the Food Network in primetime viewership. And poor Anderson Cooper, there's not enough alcohol to make him come back on New Year's Eve when he does that normal, I got to get drunk while we're calling Pete Hegseth a drunk, when this guy gets drunk on New Year's Eve every single year.
Yep. All right, Dawn, you can only get rid of one, Don Jr. or Eric. Who will it be?
Sophie's choice. I love them both.
By the way, Minnie, I love the call, but if you're gonna do hosts on the station,
Well, she did.
It's her.
Dom and Rich.
It's her vision. She
Mark
can
Levin.
do what
I
she
mean,
wants.
Jimmy Fallon has improved the rating 60% in that time slot.
Here we go.
Stop with
Here you go.
Mark Levin. Sorry.
He's just a wank.
Thank you, Mr. Fetterman. All right, what a show this has been. Try bottling this one, folks. Jimmy Kelly in the back, you're getting ready for the best of on Saturday. Just grab this last hour and a half. Job done. Let's get to the news. Time for a Dawn Stenzel Big Three at 9:30.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
And Kayal and Company Big Three this morning, we are sponsored by Spring Dance Hot Tubs. So in the news this morning, we do have some sad news. Somebody I've actually met and interviewed before. This is sad. The amazing Kreskin, the mentalist and 1970s television star, Kreskin has died at the young age of 89.
The amazing Kreskin.
89 years old,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah.
Lived in, it was
Love
a New
that guy.
Jersey,
Yep.
New Jersey resident,
Mm-hmm.
Ryan Galway. And his former road manager and close friend said that Mr. Kreskin had died in his home there in Caldwell, New Jersey.
The best was him on Johnny Carson. I think we have. Do we have a video of that, Phil? Do you want to roll?
Oh,
roll
look at
some of
this.
that?
This time, you would insist you're not moving it, right?
From
This time when
1974.
you put your fingers on, make up your mind. Make up your mind. The glasses are not going to move. Put your fingers on.
He used to move things with his mind. You know. Look at that. Look
Tell
at
me.
that.
You're not doing this deliberately, are you?
No.
Tell me how this feels.
Weird. Very weird.
What'd you say, ma'am?
You're not doing anything. It's just going by itself.
Look at that.
It seems to be going, and yet it's an unconscious. One more thing. Move it to the center. This time, folks, I want you to put your finger on, and so you can't stop it. It's obvious no matter what you do, you can't stop it. Think that way.
By the way,
I
this
want
was
you
late
now
night
to
comedy
try to
back in the day.
control it and slow
You know what I
it
mean?
down when it
Still
works.
better than
Watch the
Colbert.
opposite.
Exactly.
Keep your
That was
fingers
my
on
point.
no matter where the glass goes. Don't take your fingers off ever. Try to stop it, and instead it's going to be a reverse reaction. Keep your fingers on as long as the glass is on the table. And John, you're gonna if you.
It's going harder.
Yes, stay with it. Stay with it. It'll have, that's all right. That's it. Stay with it. Is that wild? Is that wild? It really happens. Stay with it. It'll fall off the table, and I want to prove that it will. Stay with it as long as you can until it finally goes. And don't even try to stop it. And you're not doing that in any way whatsoever, are you?
Yep.
Isn't that interesting?
Well, somebody's moving that.
Unconsciously. I don't want you to catch it this time.
There you go. Ed,
that?
Shafe says Ed McMahon was under the table moving it.
Exactly. Yeah, that glass should have been if Nancy Pelosi were on there, the glass would be filled with vodka, and then she would make it move just by looking at it with her eyebrows. She would levitate the vodka.
I loved the Amazing Kreskin. I loved him.
I did too.
Yeah.
I had a chance to talk to him many times. Great man.
Yeah.
Legend. Yes. Absolutely.
Oh, hold on, Tony. We got Nancy on line one.
Why would you even cover that?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Nancy.
She's going to spank you.
Oh.
So talk about a comeback. Maybe will somebody who just lost he just lost to Republican Senator-elect Dave McCormick in the Senate race, hotly contested race in Pennsylvania. Democrat Senator Bob Casey says he's not retiring. He is not ruling out a return to public office. So he says he never says never. I don't know he's a career politician, but he said that he will let us know, I guess on a need-to-know basis. I don't know.
Yeah.
He says that he just can't retire.
Right. Just can't give it up. We'll be on Casey watch until further notice, right?
Yeah. So he hopes to find something.
We should do like a daily segment in your big three. Did Bob Casey get a job today? And the answer would be no.
Well, but I don't mean any job. It's because he could only imagine, I guess, a return to public office. So what will he run for? Bob Casey. We've talked a lot, of course, about the big story that's making international news. This wealthy Ivy League young man who's now the prime suspect. He's actually charged with murder in the case of the United Healthcare CEO assassination. But the question that many are raising is there was this biggity big reward in the case of finding Luigi Mangione, and he was at that McDonald's, right, in Altoona, Pennsylvania, Altoona, processed yesterday, fighting extradition to New York. But will he get the $60K reward as promised? Well, not so fast. So as we look at the rules here,
There's always a catch. They didn't read the fine print.
You know, that's just it. Who gets it? So there are very strict rules surrounding reward money like this. $10K from NYPD, and that's the Crime Stoppers program. They have strict rules. And then on the other hand, you have the feds, the FBI, $50K reward. But in this, it's vital to the claim, for example, for NYPD, for the Crime Stopper, you have to have called the Crime Stoppers number.
What?
You have to.
So he's not going to get the money because he didn't pick up the phone?
There's always fine print, isn't there? Oh, that's
like, you know, here it's,
nauseating.
what is it, 686 tips, right?
Yeah.
So they have a board of directors at Crime Stoppers, and they have to approve or deny that this tip was good enough.
You know, get Doge in there. Send in the Department of Government Efficiency.
Oh, that is horrendous.
It was 10,000, then it went up to 50,000, and now the McDonald's worker who did the job that the FBI and all the other people investigating drones and investigating the assassination attempts, they can't find it. This guy gets caught in a McDonald's, and the McDonald's rat, who absolutely is a hero, got this guy arrested, got all of the documentation done in a couple of minutes, and they're going to stiff this person out of the reward money?
The FBI rules for the $50,000 part of this, the FBI rules say that tipsters' calls must lead to a, quote, arrest, which we know happened, and conviction. Yep. So this requires the conviction piece of it. They can't pay it out until the person that was turned in is convicted. And then also the reward amount, even though they put $50,000 out there and advertise that, it can vary depending on various factors such as the value of the information given, the threat level, and the risk faced.
Oh my God. Should come directly out of Christopher Wray's salary is where it should come from.
Can you believe that?
So much if you see something, say something, unless we don't want to pay you the reward.
So we should start, demanding that he gets paid.
Here's the problem, and Tony just hit the nail on the head, is that nobody's going to do anything about it. And the Daniel Penny thing, nobody's going to step in on anything. Nobody's going to do a damn thing because there's no upside to it.
Nope. This is what I get for being a good citizen.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's a sin, I tell you.
Gotta hate the government.
I do too.
Yeah, and I'll do my number 3.
They're all grifters. Every single freaking one of them are.
I'll do my number 3 on this one.
Yeah.
And that is, now, one of the things I mentioned was that the FBI, they look at the risk to the person, the risk faced by the source, right? But by the tipster. There is a high risk here because, remember, they had death threats being called into that Altoona McDonald's against not just the employee who's the tipster, also Altoona police who arrested him. And as well, we've talked about the fact that they have all these death threats to other CEOs, so much so that law enforcement has put out warnings to all of these different people. You have to be careful. They have
My favorite part of the story is they were giving the McDonald's a 1-star review.
Yes.
Like, really?
Yeah.
We're reviewing McDonald's? The food's all the same.
It's hash browns,
they're
Tony.
really going to hurt that McDonald's. They're going to hurt that McDonald's. It's got a 1-star review on Yelp now.
Yeah, by the way, what does it say? What does it say about McDonald's hash browns that this dude risked everything
for the hash brown?
For a hash brown.
Tells you that the McRib's actually overrated.
McRib. Well, we are sponsored by Spring Dance Hot Tubs. It's the 12 days of savings at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. You know I love my Spring Dance Hot Tub. From December 12th to the 24th, get up to $5,000 off hot tubs, up to $2,500 off saunas, and 20% off water care for the first 20 customers who sign up for Spring Dance Hot Tubs' new auto ship program. Only at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Visit springdancehottubs.com. Thank you, Spring Dance Hot Tubs, for sponsoring our Big 3.
91 LSXer has the greatest.
What?
This is amazing. You have to be a 90s kid to understand this. He says, Greg, getting this reward is tougher than winning the Harrier jet from the Mountain Dew in the 90s by collecting bottle caps.
Remember that scam?
Remember
Yeah,
that was a
absolutely.
scam.
That was.
Absolutely.
Wow.
The only company that really took care of you back in the days when I used to smoke Marlboros.
Yes.
And you collected the Marlboro labels, and you did get gear.
The
you
points,
also got lung
right?
cancer. Yeah, you used to get everything.
Here's a bag, here's a backpack, and lung cancer. So hopefully it was worth it.
I'm here to cash in my cancer coins. What do I get this month?
What was it? Marlboro points, right? Like you had to have the top of the yeah.
My old man did that too.
Oh man, dude.
Anyway,
And then we proudly carry our Marlboro gear all over the place.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tony, did you stick your Marlboros in your T-shirt pocket on your chest?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
You know, I didn't do the roll up, and being an Italian in South Philly, you had a tank top, so you really couldn't roll it up in the sleeve when you're wearing a tank top in South. I mean, when I was a young kid, I looked just as good as that Luigi guy.
Yeah.
Except I was a broke middle-class family, lower middle-class family in South Philly.
That's right.
I didn't grow up from family money in Baltimore with the crime families that have been running that city. and then move on to San Francisco later on to continue the grift.
That's right. Coming up next, speaking of continuing a grift, Phil Almquist will give us what occurred today in music history, and then we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. It's all still ahead. Great job, Tony Bruno. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thanks, buddy.
Good night.
Eagles!
Eagles.
Go Eagles!
Yeah, and don't forget, show us that drone in mid-flight today.
Absolutely. I will have exclusive videos. Stay on my Twitter feed at Tony Bruno Show on Twitter X.
That's right.
You will have live, local, and late-breaking developments as they occur.
What will happen first? Will Bruno get the drone up, or will Bob Casey Jr. find a future passion? Bruno's out of here.
Good night, everybody.
And we're back after this.
There's no greater time of the year to give back than the holiday season. Am I right here? That's why my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're partnering once again this year with the Salvation Army for the Piazza Toy Drive once again. I hope you join in. You can visit any of the Pennsylvania or Delaware Piazza Premium showrooms, and that's through December 16th. So you got to do this by next Monday. Donate a new unwrapped toy. Your support is, of course, going to make the holidays a little brighter for a local child. Just find the dealership nearest you online, PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Thank you. Happy holidays. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Car collisions are dangerous enough, but when it's an 18-wheeler truck, the results can be catastrophic. Truck accidents can cause serious injuries to other drivers. If you've been injured, contact Morgan & Morgan right now.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's officially the merry season, and B101, Philly's official Christmas station, is your home for holiday music. Spinning the biggest and best festive tracks all day long, now through Christmas Day. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Get your holiday fix on the radio at 101.1 FM. Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly, or listen on the go with the free Odyssey app.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos? Starting now, radio listeners get access to our best last-minute holiday deals from Legacy Box. Get your family's videotapes converted for just $9 and photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents each, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of old media. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. It's the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. Take advantage of this exclusive last-minute holiday offer from Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos? Starting now, radio listeners get access to our best last-minute holiday deals from Legacy Box. Get your family's videotapes converted for just $9 and photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents each, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of old media. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. It's the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. Take advantage of this exclusive last-minute holiday offer from Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
It was Christmas Day in Trenton. The ale was flowing free. The Hessians were having a party. They were as happy as they could be. On the other side of the river, the Patriots sat in the cold, ready to cross the Delaware in a move many thought too bold. They crossed the icy river and marched throughout the night to be in the town of Trenton in time for dawn's first light. Washington won that battle, a turning point, they say, with visions of freedom and liberty guiding him that day. Freedom is not for the timid. Liberty never comes free. The blood of our patriot fathers bought freedom for you and for me. Merry Christmas from Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Visit Bob's Little Sports Shop, 316 North Delsey Drive in Glassboro, New Jersey. While supplies last, enjoy red tag sales on selected firearms, specials on bulk ammo, Wyndham weaponry, and select discounts throughout the store on accessories. Bob's Little Sports Shop at 316 North Delsey Drive in Glassboro and online at bobslittlesportshop.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:48. As we continue, it just dawned on me, by the way, during the break, that it's easier for Zelensky to scoop up $1 billion quicker and with less hassle than it is to get $60,000 for turning in a killer. Think about that for a minute, folks.
That story is infuriating.
Wow. I can't get over that. All the hoops you have to jump through. I mean, think about that. That might be a big take tomorrow. What we're doing to people like Daniel Penny and those who dime out scumbags.
Dawn, see what you did?
I love it.
Okay. She's got me triggered, but she's also got my brain thinking.
Yeah, baby.
I'll write about it later. All right. In the meantime, speaking of writing, he's got, looks like a third page. So we have 3 pages worth of copy, as they would say, for another rendition. By the way, he's tracking this. You know how, like, in the podcast world, they say, hey, welcome to episode 472 of the Joe Blow podcast. Phil, what's this number?
228.
228.
This is 228 today.
Wow. Which is actually 222 less wins than you've seen from the Jets in your life.
That is entirely true.
Remarkable. It's not right. I'll be damned.
It's not right, but it's true.
But it's true. All right, let's get to it. What occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, December 11th, we celebrate the birthdays of Zachy Vengeance from Avenged Sevenfold, who's 43. Curtis William from Kool and the Gang, who's now, I actually don't have the age on that. Daryl Jones, who's 63. Nikki Sixx from Motley Crue and 6am, who's 66. Chester Thompson, who's 76. And Dave King, the lead singer for Fastway. Singles include Double Life by The Cars in 79. Albums include John Lennon's solo debut in 70. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears released their second album in 68. Also in 89, Led Zeppelin had 4 albums certified as multi-platinum. In 73, Ace Frehley was nearly electrocuted during a Kiss show in Florida when he touched a short-circuited light. In 68, the Stones' Rock and Roll Circus began filming. In 2015, Peter Garrett, frontman for Midnight Oil, published his memoir. In 65, the Velvet Underground played their first show. In 81, Bad Brains play the last ever show at Max's Kansas City in New York. The opening opening act is a group of teenagers called the Beastie Boys.
Yeah.
In 2015, Motorhead played their final show because Lemmy died a few days later. But lastly, on this date in 72, Genesis played their first ever U.S. show at Brandeis University in the greater Boston area. Ironically, Brandeis is exactly in the same town where I got my undergraduate degree at Bentley University in Waltham, Massachusetts. For Kayal and Company.
Random
I'm
fact.
Phil Almquist.
Good to know. Phil's LinkedIn page. There you go.
Can I ask you a question? Because this is all very well done and very well researched. Do you have like a place you go to for all this information?
I have
or
four websites that I go to every week. Yep.
By the way, it'll be the first. When this airs at 9:50 is the first time you'll hear it. There's another radio station that does it in like the 11 o'clock hour. But Phil always has it first.
That's right.
Phil always has it first.
Amen. Phil doing good right work.
Yes, and that's for a different company too. So, but this is a better company.
Of course it is.
And better station.
Thank you. Of course it is.
There you go. Doncha coming up.
You okay, Kayal? You got all.
Yeah. I was trying to go somewhere. I was thinking about it mentally, and it just wasn't. I'm like, I'm going to hold off on that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
did I step on you or something?
No.
Okay.
I've dropped a couple of things today on the air where, probably irking some people. So I just want to.
I know you mentioned Jets the Big Take. I mean, I listen to this show. It's not like I do nothing to the back.
No, just picking and choosing spots. I got you.
Phil, do his lips smell like chapstick?
Tell you what, they're going to get chapped again as soon as we dip down to 37.
I mean, I do have a 6 feet barrier right now between the two, so I just got to stay away.
Give him a kiss and tell me what it tastes like.
It's like, gotta kiss a baby bird.
Yeah,
oh God.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, Phil and I will be doing that Friday.
Yeah, I'll talk to Nancy Mason. I consult with her on
local
that.
establishment. I'm shot. Dawn show is coming up top of the hour.
By the way, we're all required. We're all going to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Block party, Andy Cham block party. So
it's not this Friday. It's the next Friday.
Yeah.
I'm
calling everybody out. Everybody on this
gotta go.
On this YouTube feed that loves to chat along and loves to break our stones. This is a great cause. You have to go out and support this cause next Friday night.
And I especially want to see all the fact checkers, all the grammar police on the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
All of the people that love to point out the deficiencies of this program, specifically my mistakes.
Yeah.
And we can talk. What is that noise? What is that?
It's a phone.
Who's
calling you?
I don't know. It's our
Dawn,
phone.
what do you got? Like a fax coming in?
No, it's our phone.
It's no, it's Chapstick. They're your newest sponsor.
Nick Kayal for Chapstick.
Hey, it's Nick for Burt's Beeswax here. Let me tell you about this special offer. All right. What do you have lined up top of the hour, dear?
We're going to talk to a state senator, Penny Cook, who actually is the first in the nation to propose this incredible legislation that, by the way, they're trying to push this through nationally, but she has led the nation in protecting our children in certain ways. And so we'll talk to her. And this is an incredible story. You want to hear it. I'll give you the latest. We have some new details, breaking new details on the drone, the mysterious UFO drones that are plaguing our region. We'll update you on that one. We have Jack Chittarelli coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, speaking of New Jersey. So what's going on with Jack? We'll get the update from him. And, of course, the latest on Luigi. Oh, my goodness. We got Trump news. We got it all.
All right. Looking forward to that. I'd love to do a big take on drones, but the government doesn't want to say anything, so there's just not enough material out there. But, we'll talk about that tomorrow. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz from Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
For eligible individuals 18 and older with self-perceived mild to moderate hearing loss only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
Life without hearing aids can be frustrating.
Andy, did you hear what she just said?
No, I'm sorry. What did I miss?
I said I got the promotion, Dad. I thought you would